Ready? Great. You've got some of those, yeah. The Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change will now come to order. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement. Our efforts to confront the climate crisis must address historic environmental injustices. A just and equitable transition is necessary, but recent assessments of ongoing federal environmental justice efforts show that much more work must be done. Low-income communities, communities of color, and indigenous peoples already suffer disproportionate harm from the effects of pollution and are often at the greatest risk from the consequences of climate change. Frontline communities in high pollution and climate-exposed areas are dealing with unsafe drinking water, harmful air pollutants, and other toxic chemical threats. In recent years, we have witnessed flooding and severe storms disrupt coal ash pits, Superfund sites, CAFOs, and chemical facilities, all of which can put nearby communities at risk. These toxic hazards are likely to be exacerbated in the future as we experience more and increasingly extreme weather events. Just this week, GAO released a report finding 60% of Superfund sites are located in areas vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Cleaning up and increasing the resilience of these sites should be a priority for comprehensive climate action. It will also create public health benefits and economic opportunities in these given communities. A just and equitable transition also requires giving everyone a seat at the table. Our climate policies must make sure no person or neighborhood is left behind. That means meaningful community involvement in environmental policy, developing and implementing community-driven solutions by seeking engagement and participation with people that have been too often ignored or indeed bypassed. I look forward to hearing how our efforts to confront climate change can also promote this approach to incorporate more community-driven solutions in broader efforts to promote environmental protection. I thank our witnesses for being here today, and I yield the remaining time to the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee and a leader on environmental justice in Congress, Dr. Ruiz.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Tonko, and thank you to the witnesses here today. Environmental justice is an issue near and dear to me and my district. I grew up in a poor farm worker community in a trailer my first few years of my life, and I have experienced living in underdeveloped, underserved communities with a lot of environmental hazards. Now, as a physician, I've treated children with asthma exacerbated by air pollution, diagnosed serious health problems that resulted from exposure to environmental waste and toxins in the community that I grew up in. And the fact is that low-income and rural communities are more likely to suffer these health problems because they are more likely to be exposed to these environmental injustices. There is research to prove it. Environmental justice is a real issue. A study published in the New England Journal of Medicine found that exposure to fine particulate matter increased the risk of deaths for individuals in Medicaid, Medicare, and communities of color and poor populations more than the rest of the population. Another study published in the Health Affairs Public Health Journal found that rural and low-income communities tend to be disproportionately affected with adverse health conditions by environmental hazards. I also have the stories of my constituents to prove it. Schools like the ones in Thermal, California, and the Coachella Valley Unified School District, my alma maters, in my district were forced to shut their doors for a week because of students exposed to smoke from a company that was never permitted to function, burning mulch in the open air, and individuals now who are without drinking water because arsenic was found in their waters, and this must end. So we must ensure that every person in America has access to clean water to drink and clean air to breathe. It is not a privilege just for the affluent few. It is a common good and a right for everyone. And we must protect underserved communities from decisions that allow unscrupulous, irresponsible companies to come in, pollute the environment, and then leave without any accountability. And if it happens, we must make sure we develop mechanisms to hold polluters accountable, ensure proper consultation with vulnerable communities, and strengthen mitigation and cleanup plans that follow a public health approach. This is why I have introduced the most comprehensive environmental justice bill, H.R. 3923, the Environmental Justice Act of 2019, which requires agencies to consider the environmental justice implications of their programs, policies, and activities, helping ensure that we protect our communities, empower them to hold bad actors accountable, and to protect vulnerable populations. And I look forward to working with members of this committee on common sense solutions to address environmental justices.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Shimkus, ranking member for the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, for 5 minutes for his opening statement, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the time. We want to welcome our two panels. We've been working hard on this committee and the full committee, so please be patient with us as we try to get through this morning. The focus of today's hearing, as the majority explains in the hearing memo, is to examine environmental justice and the impact of climate change and extreme events on legacy toxic exposures. And there is also a lot packed into this subject and into the topic of environmental justice generally. Environmental justice is often associated, as we all know, with complex circumstances involving local, social, economic, and governmental factors. These factors and their real impact on people, which many of us witness in our own districts, present practical challenges that go well beyond the jurisdiction of this panel and, in many cases, the federal government. However, our policy work on air quality and safe drinking water, various forms of environmental cleanup and community revitalization, or on what is necessary to more fully address future hazards and climate risks should aim to prioritize the most pressing problems, as well as aim to have a positive impact on all communities, regardless of race, income, or location. Today's hearing will help answer questions about the specific roles of the EPA and how its various missions and programs ensure implementation of the principles of environmental justice defined by the agency as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people and communities with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. The first panel today features a broad perspective of the Government Accountability Office on the state of federal policies and a testimony from two key officials at the EPA responsible for implementing environmental justice policies and programs and ensuring compliance with civil rights laws. As the GAO observes, EPA, along with other federal agencies, have been working to identify and address environmental justice issues for more than 25 years. EPA, for its part, has served at the center of this effort, convening the Federal Interagency Working Group and developing a number of initiatives in that agency to promote environmental justice in communities and measuring progress on this front. A core feature of environmental justice programs should be to ensure communities have the information and know how to participate in governmental activities. So it will be helpful to hear more about how EPA encourages collaboration from the federal to the state and tribal level to the community level on environmental issues. We should examine how EPA's Environmental Justice Office provides community assistance through grants and other resources and the impacts of that assistance. We should understand how office promotes its policies through EPA's other program offices and regulations, such as the Safe Drinking Water Act and its related funding programs. We have benefited from improvements we enacted into the law last Congress. EPA has the expertise to identify risks and to inform and put risk in perspective for communities. I'd like to understand the role of EPA's environmental justice screening tool and the uses and limits of this program for environmental justice initiatives. EPA's land revitalization programs serve as an important mission to improve environmental quality and the economic prospects for communities. Last year, this committee strengthened and reauthorized the Brownfields program, and I'd like to hear EPA's progress on this front and what other community revitalization initiatives it is exploring. As we look to environmental justice issues and climate risk, we should not lose sight of the role that robust local economic development can provide, especially for those who have seen industries and employment opportunities leave their communities. We will hear important perspectives from our second panel today. I would like to highlight two witnesses who can help widen our focus on the benefits of economic revitalization and development and the challenges facing local and county governments. Mr. Pat Ford will speak to the challenges faced by small local economic development agencies and how EPA's brownfield programs provide much needed economic leverage for community economic development and what that means for economically disadvantaged communities in particular. Ms. Melissa Cribbins, a member of the Coos County, Oregon Board of Commissioners and speaking on behalf of the National Association of Counties, will outline challenges counties face addressing environmental issues, providing opportunities for economic development, and ensuring the resources to provide the infrastructure and services necessary for communities' health and welfare. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to the information and a very constructive hearing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Pallone, chairman of the full committee, for 5 minutes for his opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. Today we continue our series of climate change hearings aimed at developing comprehensive legislation to achieve a 100% clean economy by 2050. And this hearing focuses on the important issue of environmental justice and the ways that climate change is exacerbating disparities in access to a clean and safe environment. It's unfortunate but inescapable that where you live in this country determines the extent of the environmental health risks that you face. Air pollution, contaminated sites, waste disposal sites, and drinking water violations all impact overburdened communities. A recent report found that more than 2 million Americans lack access to safe drinking water and sanitation. It also finds that race is the strongest predictor of access to safe drinking water. Native Americans are less likely to have a reliable drinking water supply than any other group, and this is simply not acceptable. And climate change is only making things worse. According to the GAO, nearly 2/3 of sites on the Superfund National Priority List are in areas that may be impacted by climate change effects, such as flooding, storm surges, wildfires, and sea level rise. We've already seen the results. Toxic floodwaters carried pollutants from Superfund sites in the wakes of recent hurricanes, including Maria, Harvey, and Michael. And all this disproportionately and adversely affects environmental justice communities. These communities are rural and urban. They're located in large cities and small and are found all over the country. These environmental justice communities include communities of color, coastal communities, low-income communities, and the common thread is that they do not have equal access to a safe and healthy environment. Executive Order 12898 requires agencies across the government to make addressing environmental justice part of their mission, and to meet that requirement, the EPA established the Office of Environmental Justice. Today on our second panel, we'll hear from the former head of the EPA office about what more can be done to strengthen environmental justice efforts at the EPA. But unfortunately, a recently released GAO study found that more must be done across agencies to measure progress and ensure they're addressing environmental justice. The author of that report will also testify today, along with the current EPA staff. Another recent report by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights found EPA has acted too slowly in response to complaints under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act and has failed to involve and protect communities from the dangers of coal ash. The Commission was unable to send someone to testify in person, but we welcome their written testimony. We'll also have the privilege today to hear from several frontline communities being impacted by legacy pollution and climate change. We'll hear firsthand accounts from Puerto Rico, North Carolina, and Louisiana, and it's critically important that we hear from impacted communities as we work towards legislation to fight climate change and address environmental justice. And just want to thank all the witnesses for being here. Thank Chairman Tonko for calling this and the other hearings we're having. I don't know if anybody else wants my time. If not, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chairman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Walden, ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes for his opening statement, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and good morning to our witnesses and guests. Today's hearing seeks to examine the challenges of climate change risks and how they may intensify existing economic and environmental risks in our nation's vulnerable communities. It's a good hearing to have, Mr. Chairman. Communities around the nation at various times must confront flooding, extreme weather, forest fires, other events, and if these communities do not have the ability to prepare for, respond to, or recover from those events, the human harm and economic costs are breathtaking. Almost exactly 2 years ago, as chairman of the full committee, I led a bipartisan delegation, including Mr. Pallone, Mr. Shimkus, Ms. Deguette on this panel, to review the response and recovery efforts in Puerto Rico following the devastating hurricanes that season. The island's already decrepit electrical infrastructure was wiped out. Long-standing governance issues and other federal and local challenges delayed recovery, which led to the longest-lasting power outage in American history, and all the resulting misery and harm from that lack of energy. The heart-wrenching bottom line was, communities on the island did not have the adaptive capacity or resources to withstand and rapidly recover from the direct hit of a major hurricane. We've worked to improve the situation there, but I expect we'll hear this morning that a lot more needs to be done and that the environmental problems have intensified. Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest that we repeat a trip down to Puerto Rico to see firsthand. We learned a lot when we went. Last of the lack of resources and lack of planning are common issues we must confront when preparing for future risks. This is more urgent for so-called frontline communities, those that are economically disadvantaged and have environmental burdens and limited resources to provide for those in need. Our goal here should be to ensure economically disadvantaged communities have the tools and resources to help address local environmental risks and the resources to ensure compliance with environmental standards and provide resilience to future hazards. We must focus on preparation and adaptation. The ingredients for accomplishing this come from policies that encourage and foster economic growth and that ensure communities have the information, practices, and resources to address their unique and specific needs. We'll hear today on the second panel from Pat Ford, an expert in economic development, who will talk about his experience on how EPA and the Department of Commerce programs can help resurrect economic hope and address environmental concerns in economically disadvantaged frontline communities. His experience helping towns suffering from industrial collapse and loss of tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs and all the social and health impacts that come from that speaks to the promise of economic revitalization in these communities. The approaches here apply to communities with all manner of economic and environmental strain. In my own state of Oregon, years of mismanagement or lack of management on our federal forests have exacerbated the damage and health impacts from wildfires. Meanwhile, mills closed, jobs disappeared, communities were left without the resources to provide essential services. And again, we have work to address these issues at the federal level, but heavens, there's so much more we need to do. We'll hear from Melissa Cribbins from Cruz County, Oregon, who will speak to the challenges of that region and what they've been recovering from economic decline and how they must balance local environmental concerns and the need for jobs and economic resources necessary to provide for their community members. And of course, on our first panel, we should sort through the EPA, how its programs and assistance targeted to ensure environmental justice helps answer the needs for these frontline communities. Mr. Chairman, whether to address climate change risks or current economic and environmental risks, our focus should be on practical steps to increase the economic and adaptive capacities of these communities and of our country. We demonstrated this in our bipartisan work to reauthorize EPA's Brownfields program in the last Congress, which you were a big part of. Let's identify other bipartisan programs that leverage local knowledge, innovation, and economic health. And let's make sure disadvantaged communities have access to all the tools and programs offered by EPA and other agencies to make lives better and safer for their residents. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for holding this hearing. There's a lot of work we can do together in this space, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. I now will introduce our witnesses for the first panel. We have, let's see, starting to the my far left, Ms. Lillian Sotolongo Dorca, Director of the External Civil Rights Compliance Office with the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Seated next to her, we have Ms. Helena Wooden Aguilar, Deputy Associate Administrator, Office of Policy with the United States Office of Environmental Protection Agency. And then finally, Mr. Alfredo Gomez, Director, Natural Resources and Environment with the United States Government Accountability Office. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. Before we begin, I would like to explain the lighting system. In front of you are a series of lights. The light will initially be green at the start of your opening statement. The light will turn yellow when you have 1 minute remaining. Please begin to wrap up your testimony at that point. The light will turn red when your time has expired. At this time, the chair will now recognize Mr. Gomez, I believe, for, oh, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to start with Ms. Dorca. You're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Chairman Tonko, Ranking Member Shimkus, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Lillian Sotolongo Dorca, and I am the Director of EPA's External Civil Rights Compliance Office. I have been working in the civil rights enforcement arena for over 30 years and consider it my life's work. Prior to coming to EPA in December of 2014, I worked with the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights for over 27 years, serving in various roles, including as a senior counsel to the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights for over 10 years. I thank you for the privilege of appearing before you today and look forward to sharing information about ECRCO's civil rights role, our recent accomplishments, and our commitment to ensuring that the promise of EPA's mission, the protection of human health and the environment, is available to all persons in the United States, regardless of race, color, national origin, disability, sex, or age. ECRCO enforces several federal civil rights laws, and we do this by investigating and resolving complaints, discrimination complaints, developing policy, conducting proactive compliance initiatives and reviews, and providing technical assistance to recipients and outreach to communities. EPA has made significant strides in achieving its external civil rights mission through the hard work and dedication of our civil rights staff. Over the past 3 years, we have keenly focused our energy and resources on the management of the complaint docket, including addressing in full our docket of overaged cases and markedly improving our case processing times for our new cases. We have undertaken these improvements while continuously emphasizing the quality and effectiveness of our complaint resolutions and achieving successful outcomes for recipients as well as communities they serve. EPA's non-discrimination regulation has strict timeframes that for years we were not meeting, and we were faced with a sizable docket of overage cases. As an example, by the end of 2016, we had 61 complaints pending in various stages. Most had missed all regulatory deadlines. In 2017, we received 24 more complaints, further increasing the number of unresolved cases. This was a pivotal time for our office that called for strategic and transformational efforts. First, we developed foundational tools critical for any civil rights office, but a first for our office: a strategic plan, case resolution manual, and a compliance toolkit. We made sure that all ECRCO staff and our critical internal EPA partners and stakeholders were fully trained on these documents, which we shared with our external customers by making them publicly available on our website. Finally, our office began to make full use of all available tools, such as informal resolution of complaints, which is specifically authorized in our regulation. By December 2018, EPA had completely cleared its docket of overdue jurisdictional decisions, as well as, by November of 2019, we have resolved all overage complaints that require preliminary findings. Moving forward, we have implemented stringent accountability measures for all of our processes, and they have yielded results. While in 2017 we issued jurisdictional decisions within the required 20 days in only 12% of our complaints, we are currently meeting this requirement in 100% of our cases. And our new cases are exceeding our internal performance measures on timeliness. We are also acutely focused on proactive compliance assistance. We partner with all of our EPA stakeholders, including the Office of Environmental Justice, to leverage already existing lines of communication and collaboration with recipients and communities. Our efforts have coordinated with EJ programs on a number of occasions with respect to the investigation and resolution of complaints, especially where the EJ program has worked with the relevant communities prior to the civil rights complaints. Within the last fiscal year alone, we proactively engaged over 40 state and local agencies and organizations, as well as tribes, across EPA's offices. Finally, we have focused our resources on developing and strengthening our external civil rights workforce to ensure that they are empowered with the knowledge, skills, and tools that they need to carry out our mission and accomplish our long-lasting and effective civil rights results. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, you are now recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Chairman Tonka, Ranking Member Shimkus, Chairman Pallone, and Ranking Member Walden. and other distinguished members of this subcommittee. My name is Helena Wooden Aguilar, and I'm the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Policy at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. My responsibility as the career lead in the Office of Policy is to work with our EPA colleagues to support agency priorities and enhance decision-making throughout EPA. I have served at EPA for more than 15 years in several roles related to environmental justice and civil rights, including as the Deputy Civil Rights Official in the Office of the Administrator. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on EPA's work to fulfill the purpose of Executive Order 12898 and achieve our core mission of protecting human health and the environment, including for vulnerable and overburdened communities across the United States. The role of EPA in environmental justice is rooted in Executive Order 12898 and is still in effect today. The executive order directs covered executive department and agency, including EPA, to promote and achieve environmental justice as a part of its mission. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the executive order. Some of our recent accomplishments in this area include the following: the elevation of the Office of Environmental Justice into the Office of Policy and within the Office of the Administrator. This move strengthened and complemented our environmental justice work with the activities of our Office of Community Revitalization, which is also located in the Office of Policy. This decision was motivated by this administration's interest in placing the Office of Environmental Justice in a position that would maximize the agency's ability to improve coordination across EPA's programs and with our federal partners. We also launched the Environmental Justice and Community Revitalization Council, also known as EJCRC, to provide high-level, cross-agency direction and decision-making for environmental justice priorities. The EJCRC focuses on advancing the use of community-driven solutions across the agency to achieve tangible results in communities by building upon EPA's current investments, expertise, and partnerships. EPA's own strategic plan recognizes that a strengthened, community-driven approach will make EPA a better partner and more responsive to the needs of the communities in the work we do daily, including communities and opportunity zones, thereby fostering economic growth and environmental protection. Opportunity zones are economically distressed areas that may be eligible for preferential tax treatment to encourage new economic development and job creation. Under this administration, the Office of Environmental Justice has continued to administer our Environmental Justice Grants Program with an emphasis on new grantees. And in fiscal year 2019, we prioritized resiliency and emergency response. Also in fiscal year 2019, EPA provided more than $60 million in brownfield grant funding to communities across the country to assess, clean up, and redevelop underutilized properties. The Office of Environmental Justice also partners with the External Civil Rights and Compliance Program. For example, together we have provided training and technical assistance to approximately 40 state agencies and organizations and tribes across all 10 EPA regions on how to proactively address civil rights obligations and environmental justice. In addition to the EPA-led work across our programs and regions, we continue to engage with external partners to address environmental justice. Two forums for this engagement include our National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, to which we just appointed new members today, and the Environmental Justice Interagency Working Group, or IWG, which includes more than a dozen federal departments and agencies. EPA serves as the chair to the IWG and takes this responsibility seriously. Over the past 2 years, we have been engaged with the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, on the review of EPA's executive branch's fulfillment of the purpose of the executive order. We appreciate the GAO's report last month that included recommendations to strengthen the IWG. EPA is committed to assisting vulnerable and overburdened communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to recognize Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes, please, to provide your opening statement.
Chairman Tonko, Ranking Member Shimkus, and members of the subcommittee, good morning. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss our September 2019 report on environmental justice efforts. And it's already been noted that environmental justice seeks to address the disproportionately high distribution of health and environmental risks among low-income and minority communities. And it does this by seeking their fair treatment and meaningful involvement in environmental policy. The 1994 executive order directed 11 federal agencies to identify and address environmental justice issues related to their activities and establish an interagency working group to coordinate their efforts. In 2011, these agencies and 5 others signed a memorandum of understanding recommitting to planning and reporting on environmental justice efforts. Today, I will discuss the actions that agencies have taken to address environmental justice issues, their progress in identifying and addressing these issues, and the working group's efforts to coordinate environmental justice activities. Most agencies that are members of the Interagency Working Group reported taking some actions to identify and address environmental justice issues. For example, this includes the EPA mapping tool to identify low-income and minority communities exposed to health or environmental risks. Also, several agencies such as EPA and the Departments of Justice, Homeland Security, and the Interior develop policies or guidance to analyze environmental justice issues during environmental reviews or enforcement activities. Several agencies have taken actions to help build community capacity. For example, since 1994, the EPA has awarded more than $24 million in environmental justice grants to over 1,400 organizations with communities. So while agencies have been taking actions, their progress towards environmental justice is difficult to gauge. And this is because most do not have updated strategic plans and have not reported annually on their progress or developed methods to assess progress. As they agreed to do in the 2011 MOU, most of the agencies developed environmental justice strategic plans, but only 6 have updated them more recently. Also, most agencies have not established measures for assessing progress towards their goals. The working group has not provided guidance to help agencies with such measures or assessments. Performance measures are important for tracking progress in achieving goals and are a key element of effective strategic planning. So turning to the working group and its coordination of federal activities, we found that the working group has coordinated to some extent. For example, it has developed committees such as the Rural Communities and Goods Movements Committees. It has also developed guidance in such areas as including environmental justice in agencies' NEPA analyses. However, the working group is not carrying out several functions in the 1994 executive order. This is because the working group's organizational documents do not contain clear strategic goals that are aligned with the executive order. Clear strategic goals to carry out the executive order could enhance the group's strategic direction for intergovernmental environmental justice efforts. Further, participation in the working group and its committees has been mixed. 11 of the 16 agencies have not chaired or co-chaired one of the 9 committees. Participation of relevant agencies is important to the success of collaborative efforts such as the Interagency Working Group. So in total, we made 24 recommendations, including that agencies update their environmental justice strategic plans and report on progress annually. We recommended that EPA consult with other working group members to provide guidance on methods or measures to address progress in achieving their environmental justice goals. We also recommended that EPA and other agencies set strategic goals to guide the overall federal effort to carry out the executive order. In conclusion, incorporating environmental justice into federal agencies' policies, programs, and activities is a long-term and wide-ranging effort. Federal agencies have made some headway in developing tools and coordinated policies. Strategic planning and reporting with meaningful measures can help them make and track progress. So Chairman Tonko, Ranking Member Shimkus, this concludes my statement, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to member questions. I'll start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to meet with environmental justice leaders from around the country, and thanks in part to Mr. McEachin and others for convening these meetings. I've repeatedly heard how these groups and individuals often lack resources, especially compared to the sources of pollution in their communities. Promoting community-driven solutions requires lowering barriers to participation. And so, as I listened to your testimony, Ms. Wooden Aguilar and Ms. Sotolongo Dorca, you talked about cleanup of past cases and keeping a rather aggressive pace. There, with proposed rollbacks of several programs that then share resources from EPA with communities, if that were to happen, would that slow down that progress that you cited?
Thank you for that question. My response is no. We will continue to adhere to the Executive Order 12898 and continue to administer grants, continue to work in communities, continue to partner with our colleagues throughout the agency, including the External Compliance Program. And I'll turn to my colleague.
Thank you, sir, for that question. I agree with my colleague. There would be no ceasing of our desire and our ambition to meet our mission, and we would continue to work hard with whatever is appropriated by Congress. We have a mission, and we take it very seriously, and we have put into effect accountability measures to make sure that we don't roll back on our mission.
But would that rollback of funds perhaps cause an increase in caseload? And if it does increase that caseload, will that impact your record that you cited today?
I believe that the accountability measures that we've put in place, as well as those critical documents and the sheer dedication and hard work of our office, will in fact keep us on track. I don't foresee that even if the caseload increases, that we will cease in our making progress, not just on the number of cases and the timeliness, but on the quality and effectiveness of those resolutions.
Ms. Wooden Aguilar, you mentioned providing technical assistance to distressed communities, but what is EPA doing to help build capacity of citizen groups, like the ones that will be represented later today, to meaningfully participate in decisions that will impact their local environment?
Thank you for that question. So every fiscal year, we provide environmental justice grants around the country. A part of those grants are not just, as I noted in my testimony, for resiliency and emergency response, but also to build capacity. We specifically have a grant program, Problem Solving, which focuses on capacity building at the local level to bring forward not just these communities and the associations and the advocacy groups, but also for local government, including state and tribals.
Can EPA do more to help facilitate greater involvement in designing and implementing solutions by residents in underserved communities?
Thank you, sir. EPA can always do more, and we are committed to doing more. Every day we come to work, and even with the resources that we have, we are committed in communities working with all of our partners.
And Mr. Gomez, GAO found that several agencies, and I will state that EPA was not amongst them, have failed to issue progress reports, making it difficult to evaluate their progress toward achieving the executive order. Did GAO find that EPA has a responsibility as chair of the interagency working group to develop guidance on what other agencies should include in their strategic plans and the tools for assessing progress?
That's correct. And also that the agencies in the 2011 Memorandum of Understanding committed to doing this. So the agencies have committed to doing annual progress reports and updating their strategic plans. But yes, EPA as the chair can also work with the agencies to make sure that that happens.
Thank you. And EPA agreed with GAO's recommendations to take a greater leadership role in these two areas. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Wooden Aguilar, has EPA begun to take steps to implement those recommendations?
So EPA is committed to creating a strategic plan. We agree with the GAO, and we thank them for their recommendations. We aim to have all of this work done by the end of FY 2020. So yes, sir, we are very committed.
And Mr. Gomez, GAO's report stated that the Interagency Working Group Committee on Impacts from Climate Change has been inactive since June of 2017. What did that committee do before June of 2017, and can you provide any explanation why it seems to have ended?
So that's right. As we understand it, that committee hasn't been meeting as the other committees have. And so that is something that we'd also like to understand why is the case. In terms of what they have done before that, that's something that we can provide to you with more details as well.
I thank you very much. I will now recognize Mr. Shimkus, Subcommittee Ranking Member, for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dorca and Ms. Wooden Aguilar, you are both career government employees serving multiple administrations, are you not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, since 1987.
Yeah, and that was going to go then. If Ms. Dorca, if you can tell me your brief, you said since 1987, where have you been in the, I guess, in the EPA, and just briefly your career path.
Sure, thank you, sir. Actually, I begun my career right after law school at the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, and I quickly went to work in the Assistant Secretary's office. I've served in various roles, press, policy, chief of staff, and senior counsel to the Assistant Secretary. That's a very vital office that used to have, by the time I left, over 600 employees in that office alone. I then came to the EPA in December 2014, and I came in as the Deputy Director of the Office of Civil Rights. Back then, we had an office that addressed both external civil rights issues as well as our internal workforce civil rights issues. Then in 2017, beginning of 2017, we went into the Office of the General Counsel, the External Civil Rights Office, which provided us additional legal support and continuity. And I have been the director in that office since then.
Great, thank you. Ms. Wooden Aguilar.
Thank you for that question. So I've been a career person at EPA pretty much my entire career. I started in 2004. I worked for the External Civil Rights Program, also known as the Title VI program, a good majority of my time. I've investigated cases. I've counseled. I also became the assistant director in that program, moving to the deputy director, and also acted as a director of the Office of Civil Rights. Then I moved to our Office of Compliance and Enforcement, and then I came back to the Office of the Administrator and worked as the acting Deputy Chief of Staff, and then now as the Deputy Associate Administrator at EPA.
Yeah, great, thank you. You know, what's interesting about this hearing, and it doesn't happen very often, we have two witnesses from the same agency. So can you briefly explain how your roles are and how you collaborate?
I'd be happy to talk about that because it is something that we take very seriously, the collaboration between the Office of Environmental Justice and the External Civil Rights Office. Our mission is different, our appropriation is separate, whereas we enforce federal civil rights laws. My colleague will speak to EJ and that executive order. But we very much collaborate because we see it as a sort of a continuum. It's a holistic approach in order to serve communities and work with recipients.
Thank you for that question. As my colleague stated, while we do have two different missions. Our work often collaborates, and it collaborates on the ground. It collaborates in our offices as we work and train a number of partners around the country, not just on civil rights, but also on environmental justice.
Well, thank you. Thank you, and I'm quickly running out of time. So, Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, can you speak to how EPA assists local communities with local, state-level regulatory and governing decisions?
Thank you for that question. So we collaborate all the time with states, local government, tribes, and communities. We have a number of tools in our toolbox in the Office of Environmental Justice, also our Office of Community Revitalization. For example, we work in communities around brownfield. We partner with our Office of Brownfields, and we work very closely with a number of our partners around the agency.
And I'd like to go on, but by the time I ask the question, I'll run out of time. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Chairman Pallone, full committee chair, for 5 minutes to ask questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. Environmental justice is not a new problem, but it's a very serious problem, and communities across the nation have been impacted disproportionately by environmental hazards, and the disparity continues. I wanted to ask the two EPA witnesses, do you think that someone's zip code should determine the environmental hazards that they face? You just say yes or no if you like.
No, sir.
And Ms.
Absolutely not, sir, and our mission is targeted to that end.
All right, let me just go through these and you can say yes or no. What about their income?
No, sir.
Our civil rights laws don't apply to income, but personally, no.
Okay. And race or ethnicity?
No, sir.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Do you think that EPA is doing enough to address disproportionate toxic exposures? I'll ask the two of you again.
Thank you for that question. EPA is committed under the Executive Order 1298 to not only promote environmental justice, but adhere to the executive order. Since 1994, EPA, including the colleagues in the Office of Environmental Justice and around the agency, are committed to ensuring that not only communities, but those most vulnerable have clean air, clean water. Thank you so much.
Would you, I would ask you though, do you think they're doing enough? Could they do more? What more could they do?
Thank you for that question. There's always more to do. The agency, again, is committed under the executive order to do all that it can to promote environmental justice.
Well, let me ask the other witness. I mean, do you think that EPA could do more, and you want to give me some areas where they could do more?
I think we can always do more, and I think that now that our office has cleared its overage docket, we are much better poised to meet the demands of new and incoming complaints that raise civil rights issues with respect to vulnerable populations on the basis of race, color, or national origin.
Thank you. Well, let me ask Mr. Gomez, do we even have the metrics to know if EPA and other agencies are doing enough to address environmental justice?
So that was one of our findings of our report, is the need to have really good performance measures. Now, EPA does have 4 performance measures. Like one of those is to decrease the exposure to particulate matter, decrease the exposure to lead in drinking water, and I believe in their annual report from 2017, they did have figures that had gone down. And so, but I mean, that's what we want agencies to have, right? We want them to have good performance measures that they can then see how well they're doing year after year in terms of the progress that they're making.
All right. Let me ask about the states and the role EPA can play in striving for environmental justice in state-level decision-making. Many of our environmental laws rely on states taking the primary enforcement role, as you know, and it's not enough for us to look only at what the federal government does. Let me ask Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, how does your office work with states that have primary enforcement authority to pursue environmental justice?
Thank you for that question. I can only speak to the Office of Environmental Justice and what that office has done. Specifically in FY19 and even before then, our Office of Environmental Justice works very closely with states. Most notably, we, this fiscal year and into last year, hosted a statewide training with over 1,500 participants, including states partnering, talking about environmental justice, our screening tool, as mentioned by GAO, EJ Screen, and other important topics. Thank you for that question. I can't speak to that specific topic, but I'd be happy to follow up with our Office of Congressional Affairs to provide you more information.
All right. Are there any requirements in place to ensure that states give frontline communities a voice in rulemaking and permitting?
Our Office of Policy, where I work, has an action development process, and this process is the process for rulemaking. EJ is considered, along with other executive orders and statutes, as a part of that process. For more information about how EJ is considered into the rulemaking, we have a docket online which expounds on that topic, but I'd be happy to follow up with our Office of Congressional Affairs on that question.
I'd appreciate that if you could follow up on those things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Walden, full committee ranking member, for 5 minutes to ask questions,
Thanks,
please.
Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this hearing and appreciate the testimony of our witnesses. We've got a markup going to take place here in a few hours, and I'm in and out dealing with some of those issues, so my apologies. But I wanted to ask both Ms. Wooden Aguilar and Ms. Dorka, on this committee we've done a lot of work in recent years on a bipartisan basis to reauthorize and increase funding programs that I think have a large impact on economically disadvantaged communities. We reauthorized the brownfields and safe drinking water programs, both in the last Congress, to help communities improve infrastructure and provide clean water. Could you both, just fairly short, just speak to how your offices work to make sure these programs, such as brownfields or safe drinking water programs, get into these communities in need? I mean, just in, how does all that work?
Thank you for that question. So I can speak to two examples. Our Office of Environmental Justice has environmental justice small grants, where annually we provide a number of resources to communities, to associations, and the like. All that information is on our public website as to who we provide those resources to. And I'd be happy to work with our congressional affairs to make sure that any information you need is helpful. Specifically about brownfields, as I noted in my opening testimony, EPA provided more than $60 million in brownfields grant. Why that is most notable is that our Office of Environmental Justice works very closely with our brownfields program. In FY 2020, the Office Brownfields is going to have a conference, and environmental justice is a part of that conference.
Good, I appreciate that. Ms. Dorka, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. What I would like to add is that in carrying out our mission of equal rights and equal opportunity, we make sure that our role is to make sure that through the resolution of complaints, we make sure that those programs that are available, that are critical, are available to all communities. In fact, one very important thing that our office does is that it administers a contract, an EPA-wide contract, to make sure that persons who are limited English proficient in those communities can also participate effectively, and we require the same of all of our recipients as well.
And how does that work on our Native American populations and the reservations? I have several that have issues. Are you reaching out to them as well in these programs?
So yes, on the environmental justice small grants, many of our tribes and indigenous folks actually receive EPA small grants.
All right, because I know we've got some real infrastructure issues in a couple of the areas I represent and working with the communities on that. I want to get to this issue of forest fires, because if there's a environmental injustice, I would say, it's how the federal government has horribly failed to manage both our federal forests and in some cases the fighting of the fires and then post-fire recovery. And as a result, I've had people in my communities that have choked on smoke for up to a full month at a time. I've met with residents who've said they've had to take their children to another state to avoid the smoke, to find clean air to breathe. And we know, the scientists tell us that this failure to manage results in these overstocked stands where you have 1,000 trees per acre where there should be 20. So when we get a fire, it's catastrophic, and then the government does nothing afterward to clean up because of litigation and other so-called environmental laws. And it's really devastated our communities. It's killed people. It's left watersheds in horrible situations. Tell me how EPA focuses on that issue.
Thank you for that question, and I'm sorry to hear about those specific
It's awful.
example. I will just start off by saying that EPA takes the effects to vulnerable populations very seriously. And I'd be happy to follow up with our Congressional Affairs Office on the specifics of that to be able to
Yeah,
to
your
provide you
regional
what's helpful.
your regional coordinator actually sat in on a smoke committee meeting I participated in Southern Oregon a year or so ago, and was very helpful. And I know some of this gets devolved down to the state levels and all in terms of smoke management. But this is a huge issue. We can't address climate change if we don't address forest policy in America. And we just keep living in the past on this one. So my time's run out. Thank you very much for your testimony. I look forward to following up with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Representative Barragan, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent a district that is in South Los Angeles. It includes the Port of Los Angeles, Wilmington, Compton, Watts. It's one of the most heavily polluted districts in the country. We're surrounded by 3 freeways in the Port of LA. And the community is also almost 88% Latino African American. It is the frontline communities that are disproportionately burdened by environmental injustices that are happening day in and day out. So I appreciate this hearing, and I appreciate the work you are all doing to address this very critical issue. Ms. Wooden Aguilar, how long have you been with the EPA working on environmental justice issues?
So I've been with the agency for over 15 years, since 2004. I started my career in the external civil rights, or also Title VI. And I preface my statement with that because many of our Title VI complaints often involve communities, and often those communities are environmental justice communities. So while I was never in the Office of Environmental Justice, throughout my early part of my career, I worked very closely with that office. I also was a part of EJ Environmental Justice 2014, again, in my earlier work working on Title VI specifically, and now in the Office of Policy. The Office of Environmental Justice is a component under that office.
So would you say you have been there long enough to have seen the differences between one administration and another in environmental justice and how it's being addressed?
I've had the privilege, again, starting in 2004 under the tail end of one.
Ms. Wood and Allen, I only have 5 minutes, so if you could just, would you say you are qualified to give an opinion on that?
I would say probably towards the latter part of my career. When I first started, I was an employee, an investigator, and again, but towards the end of my career in leadership, yes.
Okay. The EPA's Environmental Justice Small Grants Program provides grants of up to $30,000 to work on solutions to local and environmental public health issues. The program has awarded more than $26 million since 1994 to more than 1,400 community-based organizations that work with communities facing environmental justice issues. However, during the first 2 years of the Trump administration, the number of small grants has dropped by 70% compared with the Obama administration's first 2 years. Can you explain what is happening here?
So specifically, I'd have to follow up with our congressional affairs on the specificity of the data, but I will say under this administration, we have authorized $3.9 million, and that's just in the Office of Environmental Justice. But we also have other grant programs that have prioritized not only vulnerable populations, but also those that are economically distressed.
All right, if you could look into that and get back to me, that'd be great. A 70% drop is a huge drop. And so it demands answers, and it's a problem that's severe. It hurts communities of color, especially people like those in my district and across the country that are trying to implement solutions to addressing the environmental justice concerns and the issues. Mr. Gomez, the slow pace of the implementation throughout our agencies of the Environmental Justice Executive Order issued in 1994 is frustrating. In your view, would codifying this order into law help to speed up implementation?
So some of our recommendations have been to have agencies, one, update their strategic plans, but to also issue progress reports, to develop measures. And so to the extent that codifying forces agencies to do those things, and those are things that make sense to us, and those are things that we recommended are needed to make sure that the effort is working properly.
So you just wrote this, I'm looking here at your environmental the report that you just did on this. This committee is in the process of drafting 100% clean economy by 2050. My focus is to make sure communities of color are not forgotten, that they're getting benefits, and that they are at the front of the line. Can you give us one or two points that you think need to be included in a bill so that their environmental justice communities' needs are being met and we can address that?
Sure. So, I think one of the things that we talk about in our report, again, is the need for these metrics, right? To see how well agencies are doing in meeting the responsibilities or the directives of the executive order. And so you need to have really good performance measures. You need to have good metrics to see, are you doing the job you set out to do, and how well are you doing it? What progress are you making? So that ultimately you see the impact that you're having in those communities. So I think to the extent that that can be included, that to us makes sense. That's something that we always recommend. It's part of leading practices.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to focus on those frontline communities that have been written off by policies to phase out fossil fuels. Communities like Welch, West Virginia, Gillette, Wyoming, Petersburg, Indiana, or Harlan, Kentucky. With all due respect, Congress has a moral obligation to consider the human consequences of its energy policies. Has the radical left so dehumanized this issue that the working men and women in these communities are being forgotten? Across the country, families and entire communities rely on coal mining and natural gas production to survive. The mayor of Welch, West Virginia, wrote me to explain what would happen to them if we go to 100% renewables, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent this be entered into the record. Thank you. In his words, it would completely destroy the economy of the city of Welch and the entire region. Today, in the aftermath of this relentless demagoguing and vilification of fossil fuels, Welch is a community in which 27% of the households live in poverty and has a minority population of 35%. Let's be clear. In Welch, Gillette, Petersburg, and Harlan, there is no other industry. This isn't Chicago or New York where men and women can find other jobs. Fossil fuel jobs are not portable. The men and women either mine coal or drill for natural gas. If Congress insensitively forces the closure of the remaining coal mines or caps the wells, not only will frontline communities lose these good-paying jobs, but it would shut down grocery stores, pharmacies, schools, churches. Think of the impact on the local schools in Wyoming, where over 50% of the revenue comes from fossil fuels. By pushing this agenda to complete this ban, Congress is consigning many of these frontline communities to a desperate future. Would Congress have the gall to tell ranchers in Kansas they can't raise cattle anymore? Or what about the people in Wisconsin? They can't make cheese? Yet that's exactly what Congress is doing to the men and women in these frontline communities relying on the fossil fuels for the dignity of work. The far left has used bullying tactics to threaten the livelihoods of countless Americans. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, over 2 million people are employed directly in America over fossil fuels. And that doesn't take into consideration the tens of millions that are indirectly jobs that would be lost as well. Lacking this vision of creativity and innovation, it seems the first inclination of liberals in Congress is to deal with something they don't like, is to simply get rid of it. Think about it. Plastic straws, big soda drinks, guns, internal combustion engines, incandescent light bulbs. Doesn't Congress have a moral obligation to reconcile its concerns with fossil fuels with economic security? This is an excellent book, and I would strongly recommend more people read this. Wouldn't frontline communities be better off if Congress developed innovative technologies or efficiencies to help eliminate these emissions that we're concerned about, like carbon capture? We have a moral obligation to consider the future of the communities and the people that live in Welch, Gillette, Petersburg, and Harlan. If we do away with fossil fuels, Congress will have turned its back on these struggling families and frontline communities. These men and women have trusted Congress to protect their livelihood over the years. We should not betray their trust. So, Ms. Aguilar, where am I wrong on this?
Thank you for that question. Sir, unfortunately, I can't speak to the specifics of the situation, but again, I would like to emphasize that EPA will use the resources that Congress appropriates, also emphasizing training and support to all communities, including the fence line communities that you described. We also, as noted by GAO, the emphasis on progress. The Office of Environmental Justice just today released our FY19 progress report, which denotes a number of accomplishments around the country, including our regional and headquarters offices. Again, also, I appreciate the question and happy to follow up with the congressional affairs, sir.
Please do. I'd like to understand moral obligations we have. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this up.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Delaware, Representative Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel. Today's hearing is important, and I'm glad that we're looking at the policy solutions we need to prioritize and protect frontline communities that are hit worse by impacts from both pollution and climate change. For too long, communities of color have been disproportionately burdened by the impacts of toxic air pollution, dirty water, and toxic chemical pollution. Now, many of these same communities are on the front lines for climate-fueled disasters like hurricanes. For instance, the Southbridge community in Delaware, which has a strong and rich history and strong and resilient people, and is also predominantly African American and predominantly low income, is plagued by chronic flooding. This has only gotten worse and will continue to worsen as climate change does. Southbridge has 48 brownfield sites within 1 mile radius. Let that sink in, 48 brownfield sites. That is more than half of all the brownfields in Delaware located in one community. In addition to the 48 brownfield sites, Southbridge also has 2 high-risk chemical facilities, 13 large pollution-emitting industrial facilities, and 4 Superfund sites. This is in one community. This is real. In the words of the Southbridge Civic Association President Marie Reed, we've had enough. Unfortunately, these pollution burdens in Southbridge are not an anomaly. They happen in other places in Delaware like Millsboro and Ellendale, and also across our country. And I think we all believe it's unacceptable. So we must look at solutions that protect frontline communities from the cumulative impacts of pollution and from the impacts of climate change. I have some questions that I'll probably submit for the record, but as the conversation was going on, there was a statement that both Ms. Dorka and Ms. Wooden Aguilar made that the EPA can do more. We said it to Mr. Tonko, we said it also to Mr. Pallone, and I'm curious if you could give us specifics on what more could be done. That's my first question.
Thank you for that, Congresswoman. I believe that we can do more proactively. For example, our work with states to make sure that they have their own non-discrimination programs in place, as the regulations require, is critical. In fact, we've worked with the state of Delaware to provide technical assistance on how to build those programs. Yes. That gives the communities an opportunity to bring those issues to the state, at the state level, or even the local levels, if they're recipients of our funding. It gives them an opportunity to deal with them directly and build those lines of communications directly with the communities and the states and the local governments. And certainly we want to increase our
Is that a resource issue?
not necessarily.
Okay.
We had to clear up our
The
overage
backlog,
cases.
right.
Now that we are better poised to move forward, we do have plans to work with a number of offices. We worked, for example, with all of the states in our Region 1 office, including Delaware. And that was extremely beneficial. We
I
brought
only have 1 minute left.
all of the states together.
So what
to give
I'll
them
do is
technical
ask if you ladies could please share that information with our office. I also wanted to ask a really quick question. If we have environmental justice communities, and we know that this changes, as climate change worsens, but I'm curious about the gap in what you can provide in terms of these small, the grants that you talked about. It's great that we have grants, but I'm curious, what's the gap? What's the delta? How many, if we really, are we doing 1%, 10%, 20%?
Thank you for that question, and I will be brief. As I said in my opening testimony, we have community-driven solutions, which is an approach where we bring environmental justice communities, our resources, and local communities together to talk about identifying problems, but actually putting
But do
real-
we have I got 10 seconds left. Do we have a gap? I'm assuming we're not covering every community that really needs these grants. How many, what's the gap? Give me an idea. Do you think it's 10%? 10% are being covered, 50%?
Unfortunately, I see we're out of time, and I'd be happy to follow up with our Congressional
I'm
Affairs
sure
Office.
you'd give me a
provide
second to
information.
answer that question.
Specifically, I don't have the statistic right in front of me, but again, I'd be happy to follow up with our Congressional Affairs. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, the gentlelady yields back, and Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being with us today, as I think it's very important for Congress to better understand what the federal government and the EPA in particular already do as it relates to environmental justice through things like grant opportunities, which we just heard a lot about, or by helping to coordinate cross-agency responses to environmental justice priorities to best address local community concerns. So, Ms. Wooden Aguilar and Ms. Dorka, as I understand, EPA conducts environmental justice screenings to ensure that enforcement personnel working on a case are aware of potential environmental justice issues, and to ensure that EPA is looking for opportunities to address any issues of concern. How has the screening process been working? Ms. Dorka, why don't you go first?
Thank you, sir. I believe you're referring to EJ Screen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I think that my colleague, Ms. Wooden Aguilar, would be much better
Okay.
positioned to answer.
Go
that.
ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. As you stated, EPA has developed a screening tool entitled EJ Screen, and it's publicly available. The EPA uses this screen throughout its programs and activities. Most notably in our FY19 progress report, we talk about how this screen is used throughout the agency, specifically in our Office of Enforcement and Compliance. In FY19, over 800 opportunities they used EJ Screen. I would also say that working in our regions, they also utilize this tool. And most notably in FY19, we put on a training where we trained states, environmental state agencies, and local governments on how to use that tool.
Okay, all right. Continuing with you, Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, talk about your community revitalization work and the progress you have made with programs that support that work.
Thank you for that question. So our Office of Community Revitalization is within the Office of Policy, and it partners very closely with our Office of Environmental Justice. Specifically, and I will say that on our website, we have most notably put a number of tools wherein we go to communities, work side by side with them on identifying problems, solutions, and things that work for them. Again, community-driven solutions, which is a part of the approach that we use, is very vital because it ensures that communities are not only putting together solutions that EPA brings to the table, but also solutions they come up with, wherein they're able to not only, again, identify issues, but also put together real solutions.
Okay, Ms. Dorka, do you have anything to add to that?
No, sir, I think my colleague covered it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, what more do you see that the EPA can do in this regard?
Thank you for that question. Along the lines of community-driven solutions, what more could be done is for us to continue to engage communities on the fence line. We work here in DC, but also we have environmental justice coordinators throughout the federal EPA space in our regions as well. And so they are on the front lines working extremely hard, hand in hand with communities and our other partners.
Okay. What are the information tools and resources the EPA uses to comply with environmental justice concerns? Ms. Dorka?
With respect to civil rights compliance, we have mounted a campaign of transparency and communication to make sure that we are reaching more communities and make sure that they are empowered with the knowledge that they need in order to file complaints with us if they so want to, but also the communication with states and local agencies as well, so that they can come to us for technical assistance. We routinely put all of our documents on our website, including all of our findings, our letters, and our agreements, our informal resolution agreements that we reach with all of our recipients.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back 10 seconds.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Representative Ruiz, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses here today to discuss the importance of environmental justice in the climate change conversation. In the face of our current climate crisis, it is urgent and imperative to analyze how climate change is hitting underserved and rural communities the hardest. Low-income households, rural communities, and tribal nations disproportionately bear the burden of pollution-producing and health-affecting environmental hazards. This proportionate burden has been perpetrated by both intentional government decisions to host these hazardous sites in frontline communities and those communities' inadequate access to the decision-making process. These vulnerable communities generally lack connections to decision makers on zoning boards or city councils or permitting processes and are unable to adequately protect their interests and often cannot afford the technical and legal expertise to fight a violation, resulting in these communities being targeted. In short, there is little to no public participation from these communities. Mr. Gomez, in your testimony, you discussed a report conducted by the GAO assessing the agency's efforts to address environmental justice as members of the Interagency Environmental Justice Working Group. Would you say public participation and proper consultation with low-income, rural, and tribal communities lead to better environmental justice outcomes?
Yes, that is key.
And you say, and we said proper consultation. what does meaningful consultation mean?
Well, and perhaps EPA can also add to this, but it really means to engage with the community in a way that has real impact, right? In terms of bringing the issues and the concerns, hearing them out, and doing something about
Well, Mr. Gomez, I think you were involved in the GAO study I called for
Yes.
regarding meaningful consultation within tribes.
Right.
And oftentimes, agencies have a check-the-box kind of mentality. You put out a notice, you hold one meeting, you check the box, and they say, we've consulted with local communities. So what does meaningful consultation mean?
Well, I think it means that you take into account what the concerns are, and then you bring it back and you take some action to deal with those concerns.
Okay. And have the agencies, as members of the Interagency Environmental Justice Working Group, done enough to make sure they ensure public participation and proper consultation with underserved communities?
So, what we were looking at is, again, so there is a lot of discussion, for example, in the progress reports that we reviewed, where they have held meetings or the environmental justice representatives for the various agencies meet with the public and the communities and then bring back that information to the working group. But I believe that that's something that could be enhanced, could be better as well.
Yeah. According to the St. Regis Mohawk, they were not included, and now you have polluted water in the area. According to the Navajo, they have uranium still being exposed to their population, and those sites haven't necessarily been cleaned up yet. So I think that the accountability measures and the community benefits up front, during, and afterwards need to be involved in the entire process, not just at the beginning. Is the BIA a part of that working group?
Well, the Department of the Interior is part of the working
Does the
group.
BIA specifically have somebody in that working group?
We can check for you and get.
Please do, because there has been multiple fires on a property under the BIA's jurisdiction in my district. And the latest one was a very bad fire, the one that I mentioned in my opening remarks. When I called EPA about these fires, they had no clue that these fires were happening. And therefore, I wanted to make sure that the BIA is part of this working group for environmental justice issues so they can collaborate more with the EPA and other agencies. Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, the EPA's own website acknowledges that low-income neighborhoods, tribal populations, and community of colors that live in urban areas may be disproportionately exposed to air pollution, which is a barrier to economic opportunity and security. Do you think the federal government is doing enough to protect these disproportionate vulnerable communities?
Thank you for that question. As stated in my testimony, EPA is committed to not only the executive order, but to continue to work in these communities.
Okay, so you're reading me the mission statement. Can you tell me from your heart what more can the EPA do?
Thank you for that question. So I've been involved in this topic for over 15 years. I've been on the ground, side by side with communities. And so as far as the agency's commitment, I can speak to it fully.
No, in terms of from your extraordinary experience and insight wisdom, what more can the EPA do?
So specifically to the more is really ensuring that we are on the ground, and we are on the ground with these communities side by side. And we continue to do that through our EJ small grants by providing them resources so they have tools to not only engage in this conversation, but come up with solutions.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Duncan, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you will indulge me for just a moment, I'm going to try to make a hypothetical example here. For the record, I love Mellow Yellow, so this is not disparaging against Mellow Yellow at all. But because this can was sitting here, I'm going to use that as a prop. Mellow Yellow is currently legal to manufacture in this country and legal to sell this product in this country. So let's just say that Mellow Yellow manufactures their product, puts it in a can like this, and sells it to a customer. That customer either drinks the product, or maybe it sits on the shelf for a while and they eventually realize that maybe it's old or whatever. They throw it out. They throw the empty can out, or they throw the product out in the can itself into a landfill, either a landfill that they manage themselves for disposal, a legal landfill at the time or a legal landfill somewhere else. EPA then determines that 10, 15, 20 years down the road that the product in the can that Mellow Yellow was manufacturing is hazardous, and they prohibit Mellow Yellow from selling that anymore. And they realize that, you know, if that Mellow Yellow is spilled into the earth in a landfill, it may be hazardous to the environment. So as they start working on brownfield sites, and I appreciate the work EPA does on brownfields, and I love the redevelopment of brownfields and tax credits and other things that we've been able to work on at state level, federal level. But let's say during the cleanup of that brownfield site, they discover the Mellow Yellow can, full or empty, it doesn't matter. The product that was in that can was legally manufactured and legally sold from Mellow Yellow to the customer who paid for that product. The manufacturer didn't determine what that customer does with the product. Back then, product was legal. But now EPA discovers that in a brownfield site, they discover a can, or the full or empty can. And it's now an environmental hazard. It's now something that EPA is requiring to be cleaned up in that landfill. And they're requiring it to be cleaned up. My question is, who is responsible for the cost of cleaning up that brownfield site for a product that was legally manufactured, legally sold, legally purchased, legally used, disposed of by the buyer, the end user? Who's responsible for the cleanup cost? And I'll ask Ms. Wooden-Aguilar.
Thank you for that question and fact pattern, sir. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly familiar with the facts that you're describing in the brownfield space, but I'd be happy to follow up on that question and request with our congressional affairs.
Let me just ask you your personal opinion.
Respond to that.
Can you see any reason why the manufacturer who is operating under federal law, who's operating to legally manufacture something, distribute that, sold it to the end user, has no control over what that end user does with the product, how he disposes of it, and at the time that it was sold, it was a legal transaction. It wasn't a hazardous substance at the time. But 20, 30 years down the road, we discover that maybe that was a hazardous substance. Can you see any reason why that manufacturer should be held responsible for the cleanup of the disposal site where the end user, the customer they sold that product to, disposed of that can?
Again, thank you for that question. EPA would be happy to follow up with our Office of Congressional Affairs on that specific fact pattern.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Ms. Sotolongo-Dorka, you care to comment on that, or is your answer going to be the same?
Thank you, sir. No, I'm not an expert in land and emergency management, but I'm sure that there are experts back in EPA who would be glad to respond.
So here's the thing. The reason I use this example is there have been brownfield sites where a legally manufactured and sold product was disposed of by the end user many hundreds of miles away from the manufacturing site. Not talking about where the product was manufactured and it was discovered to be hazardous. Where the end user disposed of a legally purchased, legally sold product. And probably disposed of it wrongly. But because the manufacturer is a wealthy company, EPA has fined those companies, the original manufacturer, 10, 20, 30 years later for the disposal of something they had no control over. I can't tell you where to throw this or where you're going to throw this Pepsi can or a Mellow Yellow can, but ultimately I don't think Mellow Yellow ought to be responsible if we determine Mellow Yellow is hazardous for the disposal of that can. The guy who threw it away, the end user who disposed of it improperly, right. But this has happened, where EPA has gone after the most wealthiest stud in the whole transaction to pay for something. And that's alarming to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, the vice chair of the full committee on Energy and Commerce, Representative Clark, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank our ranking member for convening this very important hearing on the challenges facing our most vulnerable communities as we strive to tackle the climate crisis and mitigate its impacts. Thank you as well to our witnesses for being here today to testify. Earlier this year, our committee laid down a bold vision of achieving 100% clean economy by the year 2050 in order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and to avoid the worst effects of the climate crisis. Since then, we've heard from experts across our economy, from the energy sector to the building sector to the transportation and industrial sectors. However, we must be very clear. No effort to tackle climate change will be sufficient or complete unless we also take bold and intentional steps to ensure that our efforts are equitable and that we protect and invest in our communities who have historically faced and continue to face a disproportionate burden of the impacts from climate change and toxic environmental pollution. This means that we must also strive to build resilience in low-income communities and communities of color so that our homes and critical infrastructure are prepared for the next superstorm, wildfire, flood, or heat wave strikes. I applaud this committee's efforts to tackle the climate crisis, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that our vulnerable communities are put at the center of each of our solutions. Mr. Gomez, I'd like to ask you about the recent GAO report to Congress on environmental justice. In 2011, 16 federal agencies signed a memorandum of understanding to renew their commitments to participate in an interagency environmental justice working group, which first began after the President's 1994 Environmental Justice Executive Order. In 2012, 14 of these agencies submitted progress reports on the implementation of their environmental justice initiatives and goals. By 2017, you report that this number had dropped all the way down to only 4 agencies. This is very concerning to me. Just as concerning to me is the fact that according to your report, 4 federal agencies that are members of the working group, the Department of Defense, the Department of Education, Small Business Administration, and Veterans Affairs, did not participate in any working group meetings during fiscal year 2018, and 2 agencies did not have a designated working group representative as of March 2019. One of the GAO's recommendations from the report is that EPA, as chair of the Environmental Justice Working Group, should update the 2011 Memorandum of Understanding and renew each federal agency's commitment to participate in this collaborative effort. So, Mr. Gomez, could you further elaborate on this recommendation and why it would be helpful to the working group going forward?
Sure, thank you for that question. And as you noted, participation has been mixed, and so in order to have a really functioning working group, we recommended that really the memorandum of understanding, that the agencies need to recommit to it, right? They need to recommit that they're going to participate, that they're going to issue progress reports every year, they're going to update their strategic plans. And so that's something that we've recommended, and that's something that's needed to really improve the effort.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez. So, Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, does EPA agree with this recommendation?
So EPA, as the chair of the interagency working group, and also...
Do you agree, yes or no?
Well, we have reviewed
with the recommendation.
We have reviewed...
Do you agree with the recommendation, yes or no?
We agree with the spirit of the recommendation.
Okay, very well. Will you commit to upgrading the 2011 Memorandum of Understanding and to renewing the important effort?
We agree.
Will you commit to it?
We agree.
Will you commit to it? Will you commit to it?
We are
Will you commit to it?
The executive order.
Will you? That's not my question.
Also,
my question to you, Ms.
Chairman,
Aguilar, is
Mr.
would
Chairman.
you commit to it? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would ask my colleague, I think she is trying to answer your question, and I would ask.
I have a very explicit and a very important
understand,
question,
but
but I've watched her filibuster
ask-
all afternoon or
No, you have
morning.
not.
I have too.
You have not.
Listen, I'm not here to argue with you, ranking member.
I'm trying
I have a
to-
specific question,
to
and I'm
establish some
asking for a
respect
specific
for our-
answer.
For
I do
our
have respect
career
for her.
service
Can we-
employees at the EPA.
I do have
Can we-
respect for her.
can we just
I'm
ask that
asking that she has respect for the question that I've asked, which is a very specific question, which is whether you will commit or not.
EPA commits to.
Very well.
EPA commits to not only the executive order, but we, in the spirit of the executive order, commit to not only putting together a strategic plan, but also to adhere to the spirit of the GAO report. EPA is not in disagreement with GAO.
Very well. We appreciate that. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Representative Soto, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back just in time. Looking at the record here over the last 2 years, the Paris Climate Accord withdrawn, Clean Power Plan terminated, auto fuel efficiency standards rolled back, pesticide enforcement reduced. In fact, your former boss, former EPA administrator, Carol Browner pointed out more than 80 rollbacks of public health and environmental protections, and enforcement of environmental laws is down over 80% under President Trump's watch. I know that could be disheartening because I know you all joined the EPA to actually protect the environment. We're here about environmental justice today, so it'd be helpful to know when we're talking about rising seas and extreme weather because of human-caused climate change, are communities of color and poorer communities more affected by rising seas, by extreme weather? We'll start with you, Ms. Sotolongo.
Thank you for that question. I will say that our office is doing more and better work now than it has ever done.
I understand, but the question is, are communities of color more affected by climate change, rising seas, and extreme weather?
To the extent that they are, rising seas, climate, weather, they are all important issues. I personally think they're important. EPA thinks they're important and is addressing them.
I'm not asking whether or not, I'm just saying, are they more affected by it?
I can say that within my role and my mission, that those issues are important, but they don't dictate, as far as our office, they don't dictate whether we have a complaint that we accept, that we investigate, and that we resolve.
Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, are communities of color and poorer communities more affected by climate change, such as rising seas and extreme weather?
Thank you for that question. I would like to say I take, and EPA and our Office of Environmental Justice takes climate change and the effects on vulnerable populations very seriously. Most notably, in FY 2019, our Office of Environmental Justice prioritized projects focused on disaster resiliency and emergency response.
I understand, but the question simply isn't, this is the second time I've asked it and I haven't got an answer. Are they more affected by climate change than other communities? I mean, it's a simple question. I think you all have an opinion on it.
Well, thank you for that question. I'm here as an EPA employee, and I can speak to how important climate change is to the Office of Environmental Justice. We work very closely in DC and in our regions on these very important topics.
Mr. Gomez, are communities of color and poorer communities generally more affected by climate change than other communities?
Sure, so that's a really good question. And to the extent that, communities are in coastal areas, for example, or areas where you're going to see lots of inland flooding, yes, that would be the case, right? But I think that's a good question to ask. GAO hasn't looked at that issue in particular. But that is a good question.
What about rollback of fuel efficiency standards in a place like Los Angeles that is experiencing air quality issues? Does that affect communities of color more greatly than other communities?
If that's where they're concentrated, yes, that would be the case.
And what about rollbacks in pesticide enforcement? Would that disproportionately affect communities of color or poorer communities generally?
So again, that's something that's again a good question, and I think we would want to do some analysis to see if that's the case. So,
Ms. Wooden-Aguilar, I'll give you another opportunity. So, fuel efficiency standards being rolled back, would that disproportionately affect communities of color in places like Los Angeles or poorer communities in general?
Thank you for that question. Without further analysis, I can't really speak to the disproportionality, but I'd be happy to follow up with our Office of Congressional Affairs on that question.
Thank you. We asked a lot of basic questions today and got basically no answers, unfortunately, which is sad. because this is something that's going to affect a lot of our communities. I know in your hearts you probably care a lot more about it than you're allowed to say here today, and that's abundantly clear. It's hard to fight for environmental justice with a few grants when our most fundamental environmental protections are being dismantled. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Long, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Wooden Aguilar, I'll start with you. Environmental justice issues are not restricted to densely populated urban areas, as we know. Can you talk about EPA's work out in rural America, which I represent a lot of?
Thank you for that question. EPA works not only in densely populations, but also in rural America. Often in our regions where there are these communities, we work very closely with them. We also provide environmental justice small grants to many of these. Also, our EJIWG, our interagency working group, also has a committee on this topic, and we work across the federal government.
Okay, thank you. And same for you, Mrs. Soda Longo Dorca? I got my name worked in there, see, in the middle. We got to be related somehow. You got Long in the middle of your name.
And he's got Soto.
But, but same question for you. Environmental justice issues are not restricted, as we know, to densely populated urban areas. Can you talk a little bit about EPA's work out in rural America?
Thank you, sir. We are trying, through our proactive efforts in the civil rights, external civil rights arena, to reach all states, not just cities, big cities, but also rural America. We hope to initiate a partnership with our Region 7 office, in fact, which includes the state of Missouri, so that we can reach out to the state of Missouri and find out how it's carrying out its civil rights program, its own internal non-discrimination program, to make sure that it's available to everyone.
Okay, and I'll stay with you for this next question. As I understand, this administration has issued millions of dollars in grants through its environmental justice initiatives. Can you provide some examples where these grants are helping to address local environmental and public health issues?
Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on the granting process. I'd be more than happy to take that back. I'm sure that there are many areas. I think my colleague, Ms. Wooden Aguilar, has spoken about some of those grants.
Okay, thank you. And that was my next move. I was going to move over to you, Ms. Wooden Aguilar. Okay, if you could answer the same question. As I understand, the administration has issued millions of dollars in grants through its environmental justice initiatives. And can you provide some examples where these grants are helping to address local environmental and public health issues?
Thank you for that question. As I shared on our website, we have all the listing of all of the small grantees, including urban areas and rural, indigenous communities and such. Specifically, our regions work very closely, and I'd be happy to follow up with our congressional affairs to be able to provide you that specific listing.
Okay, if you can, both of you can get with my staff on that. And then how have opportunity zones created under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 helped advance environmental justice?
Thank you for that question. As I stated in my opening testimony, opportunity zones is a tool that EJ communities could use to leverage private investment in economically distressed communities, bringing economic revitalization. And we will continue to provide technical assistance and meaningful engagement to economically distressed communities, including those in opportunity zones, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Dorca, would you say that the EPA under this administration devoting is more attention to environmental justice and taking these issues into consideration more frequently in decision making? And can you give me some examples?
Thank you, sir, for that question. I would defer to my colleague to talk about environmental justice specifically. As I said before, within the civil rights arena, we are clearing our backlog. We've done that, and we are acting more proactively with states and communities. And our office is doing more than it's ever done before.
Okay, and Ms. Wooden Aguilar, has the EPA helped alleviate environmental justice considerations across the federal government, or is your work confined just to the EPA?
The Office of Environmental Justice is not just confined to EPA. As the chair of the Interagency Working Group, we work across the federal family. As the GAO noted in their most recent report, we work not only within EPA, but with our other federal partners. And I would like to say, if I have a couple of seconds for the record, that we are evaluating all of the recommendations that the GAO has provided, and we intend to provide a formal response to the GAO by December 13th.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today, because I know you're both long-term public servants, or all three, and appreciate that. And I'm out of time, but if you could maybe get with my staff on the Superfund sites and what EPA is doing to remediate those, I'd appreciate it. Now yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Dingell, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here. Environmental justice communities are not generally facing pollution from a single toxin or a single source of pollution. These communities are overburdened from multiple contaminated sites, multiple industrial sites, multiple sources of air toxics. They are facing contamination in their air, their soil, and their water. My district is a very complicated district. It's got Ann Arbor, which is one side, I won't say anything more, but downriver and in part of Dearborn, I split a zip code with Rashida Tlaib, and we have the most polluted zip code in the country. It has the Rouge steel plant, it has AKA Steel, the Marathon oil plant, the car plant, etc. And I actually was doing a town hall meeting with them and got an asthma attack in the middle of the meeting. They finally yelled at me and told me to go out and get my inhaler. And there's a school located right next to the AKA steel plant. So looking at the risks, one chemical or one source at a time, doesn't capture the reality. So for the EPA witnesses, how does EPA assess the cumulative impacts of pollution on these frontline communities?
So cumulative impacts is very important to the work that we do. Our office, we work across the federal sector on this, specifically under our IWG, but we also work within the agency on this topic. As far as tools are concerned, in our most recent progress report, ma'am, we have a number of different accomplishments on this topic, and I'd be happy to provide you with more information on that, following up with our congressional affairs.
I would like to see that, because I think they don't feel it. But what role do they play in decisions on which environmental violations will get the enforcement action? That's sort of a mystery when you see one of the, I won't name them right now, but what do you decide to enforce and what do you decide not to enforce? How does this play?
Well, the Office of Environmental Justice works very closely with our enforcement office, and I'd be happy to provide an answer to that and work with our colleagues.
I would like one, because we've got some that are not being. And how does EPA ensure they play a role in permitting decisions?
So our Office of Environmental Justice works very closely with the entire agency, specifically those involved in permit writing. We actually have, most notably in our FY19 progress report, highlighted certain areas where the Office of Environmental Justice has worked with our program offices. And again, I'd be happy to follow up with
I
our
would like to
congressional
see
affairs.
that.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I've only got 5 minutes, because I really do care. I want to now go to Director Gomez. The IPCC has told the world we need to rapidly transition to 100% net zero economy by 2050. We're going to be introducing legislation tomorrow addressing that. But has any agency included in its strategic plan considerations for how they will develop and implement and enforce environmental laws, regulations, and policies intended to provide environmental justice protections during the transition to a net zero emissions economy?
I think that specifically, I don't think we've seen it. What we did see in some of the strategic plans, which were developed in 2016 or earlier, they did make a commitment to address impacts from climate change to environmental justice communities. And so, but the question is, is that still happening?
We have to make sure it does. So I want to work with you, because that's What we're terribly worried about is who's going to pay the price on this as we go forward. It's critical. We all know we need to do it. But again, we can't, I see it in my district all the time where the regulations, the cost are falling on those that can least afford it. So I thank all of you for the work you're doing, but we have a crisis in this country. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Washington, Representative Rogers, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel for being here today, and a special thank you to the representatives from EPA for your work in helping communities across the country. Spokane, Washington has had an incredible amount of success and economic growth over the past decade, due in small part to the recognition of certain areas. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity for economic growth and revitalization. This past year, we received a Brownsfield Assessment Coalition grant from EPA to assess the University District in Spokane, and a Brownsfield cleanup grant for several sites across the city. I'd like to start by asking Ms. Wooden-Aguilar and Ms. Dorka to generally highlight some of the work EPA is doing through the Brownfields program and how the program is increasing economic opportunity in cities like Spokane.
Thank you for that question. Our Brownfields grant, as noted in my opening testimony, assists communities through leveraging resources to have a better impact on the ground. And what that means is that communities are able to use the resources to not only transform their community, but to convene and identify issues and identify solutions that make sense for themselves.
Can you give me a sense as to how we're doing as far as the need and then the work that we're doing to actually address that need?
So as far as the need is concerned, in FY19, we provided over $60 million to a number of communities around brownfields. And so our Office of Brownfields works very closely with communities on this topic. And I'd be happy to follow up with our congressional affairs to give you the specifics around that.
Okay. Ms. Dorka?
With respect to brownfields, I think my colleague covered that pretty well. As far as the civil rights issues that may be arising in those communities, we are in fact working with the state of Washington, Department of the Environment and Energy, to help them develop their own non-discrimination policies and program so that folks in Washington who feel that they have been discriminated have a local entity, a state entity to go to, and don't absolutely need to come to us all the time. They can work through with their local entities.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gomez, GAO has some criticism for federal environmental justice efforts, but has there been progress? And what examples is EPA providing that shows the right way of doing things?
So, progress is measured by whether or not they have good metrics, right? Performance measures. I think EPA is one of the few agencies that has performance measures in their strategic plan. One of those measures, for example, I mentioned earlier, was a reduction in exposure to particulate matter. But the other agencies don't have them, and that is one of the recommendations that we've made, is that, look, you need to have metrics in place so that you can show year after year how you're doing, and also with the progress that you're making, not only agency by agency, but also federal effort-wide.
Okay. Thank you.
Would I give me some time?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
Well, thanks, my colleague. I just wanted to drill down on one of the issues that one of my colleagues talked about, which was CAFE standards. And so the question would be to actually all three of you. If you're middle class, lower class, poor, however you want to define it, is it easier for you to buy a used car or a new car? Wait, I only have a minute, so what do you think?
My personal opinion,
Yes.
having been a low income from a poor family,
Yeah.
I guess it's all in what you can afford.
Well, is it easier to buy a new car or a new car?
A new car or a new car?
A new car or a used car? Which is easier? Okay, if there's a car that's $30,000 or $45,000 or a $10,000 car, if you are poor, Which is easier to purchase?
Obviously, you have to consider, you know, the money.
Man,
that you have.
why is this so difficult?
We would probably have bought the car that we could afford,
And if you're poor, it's probably the less expensive car.
if that's the one we could afford. That
Are you all lawyers or something? I mean, geez. Miss Wooden Aguilar, I'm going to run out of my time. The point is this. When you talk about environmental justice and air standards, newer cars are more expensive, but they have cleaner air. So if you force someone to buy a car they can't afford, they buy a used car which has poor air quality. It's not that difficult. We're not trying to trick you. We're asking for your help. That's a rebuttal to cafe, high expensive cars that drive the poor from their ability to purchase cars.
The gentleman with the car has yielded back. So we now recognize the gentleman from California, Representative McNerney, for 5 minutes, please.
Well, I thank the chair and ranking member. I thank the witnesses. Can't be an easy morning for you. Mr. Gomez, why is it important that all 8 agencies, including the ones that may not be thought of as having environmental connection, update their environmental justice strategic plans? Why is that important?
Sure. Well, the strategic plans really is a foundation, right, that lays out what is it that the agency is going to do, what goals are they going to have in place, how they're going to achieve it, but then also what metrics do they have in place to assess their progress. So it's really foundational for them to figure out, you know, with respect to their mission, what is it that they need to do in the environmental justice space.
You like that metric idea, don't you?
You know, it's how we measure progress, right? It's sort of like we see that and we see either you're making progress or you're not. Otherwise, it's difficult to gauge.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Well, could you explain why the GAO continues to believe that the EPA should update the 2011 MOU to address the matter of participation by signatories who have not participated?
Well, that's exactly the point. So in the original Memorandum of Understanding, agencies committed to participate and to involve and to even chair some of the committees, and they haven't done that. So that's why we've called out that they need to redo that so they can get the participation back in place. Or if agencies decide that they don't have a role for whatever reason, they can come out of it. Currently, there's no way to come out of it, just don't show up.
So there's no penalty for them.
There is no penalty. It's an MOU, so.
Thank you. Mrs. Dorka, can you describe what the EPA will be doing to develop guidance on methods that other agencies could use to assess progress toward their environmental goals, as was suggested by the EPA?
Thank you, sir. I will let my colleagues speak about specific goals related to environmental justice. I can tell you that my office does participate with the Department of Justice in one of the committees of the IWG, the Title VI committee, and we often share with our sister agencies all of our own performance measures from a civil rights perspective and the progress that we've been making.
Well, okay, Mrs. Wooden-Aguilar, in his testimony, Mr. Gomez noted that the EPA has consistently said that the limiting factor in addressing the executive order on environmental justice has been the will of leadership across federal government to make clear, measurable commitments to those priorities and ensure adequate resources. If this is the case, can you please explain to the committee how the Trump administration's decision to consistently target the Office of Environmental Justice for budget cuts ensures adequate resources for the office and its goals?
So on the topic of strategic planning, as stated in my opening statement, strategic planning is very important to the agency, and we're currently reviewing all of the GAO recommendations. But I will say that EPA will embark on the process of developing that strategic plan with performance measures and goals, and we aim to complete that by FY 2020.
But that has nothing to do with past actions to cut budgets from these agencies.
So the Office of Environmental Justice, with the resources provided to us by Congress, will continue to not only promote environmental justice within EPA, but also across the federal family.
Well, can you share with the committee what role the Office of Environmental Justice played in the EPA's decision to roll back such efforts as the Clean Power Plan, the Clean Car Standards, and the rule regarding the reduction of methane emissions?
So the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice, again, works very closely with our programs and activities. The Office of Policy has an action development process, which is our rulemaking process. Environmental Justice Executive Order, along with the other executive orders, are considered in that process. Specifically to your question, I'd be happy to follow up with our congressional affairs.
I think I've heard that answer before this morning.
Yes, sir.
One thing I did not see in your testimony was a strong explanation of what actions the EPA is taking to ensure that the robust and meaningful involvement standard for equitable environmental justice is being met. Can you describe how the EPA ensures that this standard is being met, specifically with regard to rulemaking?
So the Office of Policy, again, has an action development process where the executive order 12898 is incorporated and considered into all rulemakings. Specifically, if you would like to see how that incorporation occurs, we have a rulemaking docket that describes how environmental justice was considered. It's on our website, and be happy to provide it to you.
All right, I'm not satisfied with the answers, but I have run out of time.
You have, but we thank you for your questions, and the gentleman yields back. And finally, we on this first panel, we recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Carter, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to have taken into the record 2 articles from the EPA about ethylene oxide and its use in sterilization of medical devices.
Without objection.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Thank all of you for being here today. We appreciate your participation. Ms. Aguilar, I'm going to start with you and ask you, as I understand it, the responsibilities of environmental justice coordination and oversight fall onto the EPA, and it was a memo that was issued in February of 2018, EPA's Environmental Justice and Community Revitalization Priorities. And in that memo, EPA laid out its core mission of goals in regards to this topic. And one of the things that was mentioned in there was the achievable outcomes for underserved and overburdened communities with exposure to lead and access to safe drinking and harmful air pollutants. This committee has worked, and specifically this subcommittee has worked diligently in the past on clean water, particularly and with lead in our water, and particularly the situation up in Michigan that we worked on in this subcommittee. And I just wanted to ask you, how important is the Brownfields program and the Safe Drinking Water program to your core mission here?
So those 2 programs are very important collaborators and partners with the Office of Environmental Justice. As noted in the FY19 progress report, it talks about how environmental justice is integrated into not only our Office of Water, but also the office that leads the Brownfields activities.
Great. Thank you for that. And the EPA mentioned cooperative federalism with state and local authorities, and this is extremely important to me, having had served in the past in local elected office. And I wanted to ask you, I believe this is the crux of the issue here and of what we're trying to do. It's that localized effect that I think, along with private support, and that's very important as well, that drives real changes. Can you tell me how the EPA is interfacing with states and local communities on a regular basis?
So EPA continues to partner with states. Environmental agencies are key partners in a lot of what EPA does. Specifically with our Office of Environmental Justice, we often work with our state environmental agencies, sometimes side by side on these very on these very difficult and localized topics. But specifically, EJ grants, again, we authorize them, and they are for the specific purpose of bringing communities together so that these issues are not only just identified by the agency, but also identified by the local community and partners around, including state, tribal, private, and such, are coming together to work through these very difficult issues.
So I think you may have just answered my next question, and that is your involvement with the private sector. Do you have a direct relationship, a direct working relationship with the private sector?
So speaking for EPA works with a number of partners, including the private sector. In the Office of Policy, we also have a program, Smart Sectors, where we bring private and a number of associations together on these very difficult topics. The Office of Environmental Justice actually works with that. And again, I'd be happy to follow up and provide you more information on what our Smart Sectors program does and how we work with.
Well, I would appreciate that. How important do you think that is to the long-term sustainability of this type of program, that is working with the private sector?
So working with the private sector and working with communities and working with states is vitally important. Everyone's voice is important. In order for us to really tackle these very difficult issues, we need to hear from everyone. And so EPA is committed to not only hearing from communities and states, but also from private industry.
I'm going to hold you to that, okay? And I'll tell you why. We've got some brownfield sites in my district that have, 20, 25 years. We need help. Local communities are trying to reach out. I've delivered a letter personally to the EPA director asking about a specific site in my district. You know, why 20, 25 years? I mean, some of this is prime property that needs to be developed and would help these communities so much. So I appreciate your work, appreciate all of you being here today. This is extremely important. Don't think for one moment that we don't take this seriously, because we all do. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and again, I want to, as we conclude this first panel, I want to again thank our witnesses for joining us today, and perhaps as you're answering various questions that you've committed to send over the way of the subcommittee, perhaps even highlight for us how you interact with the enforcement wing of EPA to make certain that environmental justice is approached. I don't know if we've tied that together. So, and at this time, I again thank you and ask that staff prepare the witness table so that we may begin our second panel shortly.
I've done it, and I've been a product. I've had both the yin and the yang. Oh man, don't even come up.
I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer.
Man, are you kidding me?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure. No. Sorry about it. I was trying to make sure I calmed her down. She's a New Yorker.
Oh, I'm Mary. So yes, such a pleasure. Thanks for everything. You did wonderful.
Yeah, great job. Sounds good.
Testifying too, right?
Oh, is it?
Really well.
Is she watching? So I'm probably, I might be her favorite member of Congress.
Yeah, that was great. You guys did really well.
No, you did.
I know it's scary, and trust me.
Well, because you never know, because I did this with Humanitarian General Staff College, the military guys, so we would do a fake one, and then I would be like a leftist, and you have no idea. I mean, the thing is, you have no idea what you're going to be asked. I mean, you can prepare.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was hoping I'd get that gasoline cost question to you, but she was filibustering so much trying not to answer the question.
You were very, very smart. their dedication and commitment is not a question, but for them to be well-trained and have the resources they need to do their
I know
work.
people are trying to monitor, they need federal partnership dollars to make that monitoring work. So a lot of work that's going to develop if we don't keep the budget up where it should be.
So we're happy to work with you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you, sir. It was
testifying
such
today.
an honor. to meet you.
Well, great to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, we're going to be gung ho on environmental insurance, so thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Okey-doke. Are we going to have this in the record? Yes, I can. I'll be.
3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Please,
What's happening with engagement? Just getting started. I would say it's pretty bad. Oh, really? Yeah, getting started. Yeah, he's saying the senators might want to start the White House. What? The White House. But he's being called a different Trump issues. So that just
Trump's out saying he didn't know him. Again, gotta find a better difference. Doesn't appear it's about Barron. My son, but I got other kids. When you really know his part here. Yes, that's true.
Start with on the left. Don't go in this order.
Yeah, Tiffany. Yes.
Yeah. Go to the north one.
The gentleman in the black suit with the glasses. Stephen, who's your other?
Miss Cribbins, who's the woman in the red. She's a county commissioner from Coos Bay.
Maine?
No, Oregon.
Oh, Oregon.
Yeah, on the coast. So represent for the,
I think, yeah, we're waiting for him, yes.
Yeah, we're waiting for you, John. Yeah.
They're not even.
get us some peanuts.
No, they're here, not set up.
But yes, we weren't gonna start without him unless we had to. We don't start without the ranking member unless we get to go ahead and do that. I mean, I think there is.
missing sign. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know.
Hey, Adam. Put these all together. And look, my shows know all the name tags were out there.
Two. Very boring.
That's a trick you can use.
Joe?
Hey. I don't know.
Hey.
Get them printed.
What? Guys? You gotta move.
No. What is that, a braid over?
Thank God you're not an attorney. Bad enough you're,
No, I don't know if my voice is
I think a lot of people might not like that. So.
Well, that's right. You're giving me some good ideas.
Who am I gonna attack this time?
What's that?
Come on, Paul, who am I gonna attack this time?
It's up to you. You've got a good field here.
I got a smorgasbord out there.
Let's start to get everyone towards the seat. We've got to try to get 2 more name tags for our witnesses. For ours? Yeah, I think they neglected the purpose. They had no respect for our witnesses? Oversight. Man, guys. How'd that work out?
So, how's your $40,000 car?
I was thinking, when's the last time I bought a new car? I thought it was 1981, but it was really a new GMC Terrain. bought it in 2002, probably just did it for weekends. Yeah. Kept it really nice. And, I mean,
That's back home or you're keeping here?
Yeah, back home, and I bought it about 4 or 5 months ago. What was there? I should have told, and actually some of my close friends were saying, I mean, it's a foreign car. It's not Illinois. It was like,
Yeah, that's right. There's a message he's giving off.
Became part of the water infrastructure.
yeah, why don't we have everyone start to take their seats?
If we could ask our panelists to take their seats, please, so we can move along and then move on to Energy and Commerce full committee markup. So, and the E&C people are all smiling today.
no, I haven't asked yet. Let's not say that. I'm fine. Thank you.
We welcome this very distinguished group to our hearing today for our second panel, and all stakeholders. So it's important to hear from you, and thank you again for your participation and the efforts that you have made to come here. Most respected and appreciated. So let me now introduce our second panel, beginning to my far left. We have Ms. Ruth Santiago, attorney with Comité Diálogo Ambiental de Salinas. Forgive me if that was not done as perfectly as it should be. Ms. Sharon Lavigne, founder and president of RISE St. James. Next, we have Ms. Elise Herring of Duplin County, North Carolina, resident and organizer of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. We then have Ms. Melissa Cribbins, Commissioner of Coos County Board of Commissioners on behalf of the National Association of Counties. And then Mr. Patrick Ford, Executive Director of the Lebanon Marion County Industrial Foundation. And then finally, to our far right, Mr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, Vice President of Environmental Justice, Climate, and Community Revitalization with the National Advocacy Center at the National Wildlife Federation. Thank you, one and all, for being here. We want to thank our witnesses again for joining us today. We look forward to your testimony, and at this time, the chair will recognize Ms. Ruth Santiago for an opening statement of 5 minutes. And again, you know the lights that will signal the time. You start with green, you'll have a yellow at 1 minute, and red when you're finally done. So again, Ms. Santiago, you're available now for 5 minutes of opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, all of the members of the subcommittee and the committee and the public here present. So we really appreciate the opportunity to provide comments to the subcommittee. And I was thinking this morning that this is likely the first time that communities and groups from Guayama, Puerto Rico, from the Guayama region in Puerto Rico are able to provide testimony to Congress, probably not just to the subcommittee, but also to the entire Congress. And I imagine that might be the case for the other groups here. And so I think it's important to say a little bit about and provide a little context about the Guayama region in southeastern Puerto Rico. So most of you probably know that Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, and it's in the Caribbean, and it's basically, geographically, it's like a mountainous island surrounded by a narrow coastal plain. And so Guayama is in the southeastern part of that coastal plain, but has mountainous areas as well, has a sort of rainforest on one side and subtropical dry forest on the other, and coastal resources, offshore islands. There's actually a reserve designated by NOAA for its unique resources, like the South Coast Aquifer that provides water to most of the population. And so it's rich in natural resources, but also is I guess been described as a beautiful place with serious problems. Because Guayama, the region, is sort of a sacrifice zone for the rest of Puerto Rico and maybe beyond in terms of energy generation especially. And so the region is the site of the 2 most contaminating power plants in Puerto Rico. Actually, 3 plants, because the Aguirre Power Complex is the largest energy facility in Puerto Rico. And then there's also the AES coal-burning power plant in Guayama. And I'll focus, although both power plants, both facilities, create immense problems for the mostly Afro-descendant communities that populated the area during the sugarcane monoculture economy. But what happened when sugarcane was phased out, the industrialization process in Puerto Rico required the establishment of these, or there was a decision made to establish these big power plants in the Guayama region. And the power plants have multiple impacts. It certainly overburdens these environmental justice communities in the Guayama region and in the various municipalities within the region. And some of the impacts related to the power plants include not only just the air emissions, being number 1 and 2 in toxic emissions in Puerto Rico, and also the impacts to water supplies. As I mentioned, the South Coast Aquifer, it's the sole source of potable water for tens of thousands of people. And it's being impacted both in terms of extractions from the South Coast Aquifer and contamination of the South Coast Aquifer. So the marine environment, as I mentioned, it's a coastal area. In addition to the mountainous areas, it's a coastal area, and the power plants also affect the coastal resources. The AES coal-burning power plant in particular, we had a very curious situation in Puerto Rico because this AES coal-burning power plant, started operations in November 2002. Very strange that at the dawn of the 21st century, we get a coal-burning power plant, which is sort of one of the oldest forms to generate electricity. And this plant, AES has absolutely no disposal facility for its coal ash waste. And they generate about 300,000 tons per year of this material. And so I'm sure everyone knows that the coal ash waste, and I have a sample here, AES claims that it's an aggregate construction material, but as you can see, it easily turns into fugitive dust, and I'll submit that for the committee. This generates a lot of fugitive dust when it's in its dry form, which is how AES accumulates this material on its plant site because it has no disposal facility. And this is a mixture or a combination of heavy metals that studies have shown trigger the Superfund investigation criteria by 20 times in terms of what the components of this coal ash waste, the heavy metals, in my written statement, you'll find a list of what we found, and this is thanks to the coal combustion residuals rule that was passed in 2015 that we acquired this information about how this coal ash waste that's on the site of the coal burning power plant is leaching these heavy metals into the water, into the part of the South Coast Aquifer. So, we can mention selenium, lithium, molybdenum, arsenic, all of these things that everyone knows.
Yeah, Ms. Santiago, we're going to have you wrap up, please.
Sure. So, and our specific request is that we encourage EPA to stop these rollbacks of the coal combustion residuals rule and perform a Superfund investigation in the Guayama region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Levine, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it correct? Ms. Levine, you're now recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you today. My name is Sharon Levine. I'm a daughter of a civil rights movement leader, and I live in St. James, Louisiana. When I was growing up in St. James, It was a vibrant place, and I lived the American dream as a little girl. But today, we're living through a nightmare of industrial pollution and disease. In the spring of 2018, our governor, John Bell Edwards, announced a $9.4 billion industrial factory proposed by Formosa Plastics, wanting to locate in St. James Parish, a mile from the local public school and 2 miles away from my home. While researching the project's history, we found out that in 2014, the Parish Council changed the land use plan for the 5th district where I live from residential to residential future industrial. Our residential neighborhood was suddenly deemed future industrial without our knowledge or consent. The 5th district of St. James is already surrounded by industry, and it is making us sick. Maybe you have seen the press coverage of Council Alley, where I live, which we are now called Death Alley, because the health threats we face take so many forms. I have autoimmune hepatitis and aluminum in my body. My grandchildren have breathing problems, and when they are outside playing for a period of time, they develop rashes. One day, as I sat on my porch, I prayed. I talked to God, and I said, "Do you want me to give up my land that you gave me?" He said, "No." "Do you want me to give up my home, the home that you gave me?" He said, "No." What do you want me to do?" I asked God. He said, "I want you to fight." That was the beginning of my fight to stop Formosa Plastics. I felt like we were already bombarded by enough industry in the 5th district. Why should another chemical plant come to get here? I found out that the Formosa plant isn't just one plant. There are at least 14 plants within the planned facility. 14. I didn't know how to fight, didn't know what to do. I had never, ever stood up to industry in my life. My first meeting I held was at my home on October 20th, 2018. That was when we decided to come up with a name for our group. We decided on Rise St. James. After that, we planned our first march on November 3rd, 2018. That march brought a lot of attention to the people of the 5th district. That was my first time speaking out in public. We have already had one victory. We worked to block a $1.5 billion petrochemical plant called Walden from coming to St. James Parish and being built within a mile of our homes. We appealed the St. James Parish Planning Commission's approval of Walden's land use permit, and we won. Walden withdrew its proposal and ended up pulling out. But we need your help. Rise St. James is asking for a moratorium on the oil, gas, and petrochemical industry in our parish. These new plants poison our communities and deepen the plastic crisis. We want them to stop expanding. We want to protect our health, our homes, our land, and our future. People in St. James need help from our elected officials. Our people are sick and they are dying. These emissions include ethylene oxide, a toxic chemical that causes cancer, like non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, leukemia, and breast cancer. Formosa's plant would be the 3rd largest emitter of ethylene oxide in the country. I retired earlier from teaching on October 3rd, 2019. I wanted to work a year or 2 more, but God put this fight into me to stop Formosa and any other chemical plant that comes to St. James. I am here because of the calling of God. I want to stop any and every industry that is coming to harm the health of the people in my community. God wouldn't have put this fight in me if He didn't have a plan. I invite all of you to come to St. James and see it for yourselves. The civil rights struggle that my parents brought for continues today, and we fight for our survival against industrial polluters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levine, for your testimony. Next, we recognize Ms. Elise Herring, please, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I thank you for allowing me to be here today to testify. My name is Elsie Herring. It's quite all right. I get called Elise often.
Ma'am,
The
could you
reason-
just pull the mic a little bit closer? We got a colleague who's very old to the right who has a hard time hearing.
We'll strike that from the record. And my apologies, Elsie. So,
All right, all
Ms.
right.
Herring, we'll start you again for 5 minutes, please.
Okay. I'm here today to discuss the conditions that we live with when they spray animal waste on us, the pollution from the hog and poultry industries that contaminates our water and our air, the dangers from living on the front line of climate change, and racism and the structure power that keeps us from being at the table when decisions are being made about our communities, our health, our homes, and our future. I live in Duplin County in North Carolina. I live on land that's been in my family for over 100 years. The hog operation moved in next door in 1986. And in the mid-90s, they started spraying animal waste on us approximately 8 to 12 feet from my mom's house. When the spray becomes airborne, it blows over on us just like it's raining. The odor is horrific. We have to deal with all the insects, gnats, mosquitoes, flies, buzzards, rats, snakes, all outgrowths from this industry. When we go outside, we can't stay outside for very long because the odor is so offensive that we start gagging, we start coughing, our heart rate increase, we become depressed, we have a sense of hopelessness and helplessness. The industry does nothing to address our concerns. There's also gases that's being released into our air, methane gas, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, along with other gases. Many of these gases are deadly, but this is what we have to deal with in these impacted communities. My mother lived on this land for 99 years. And because they were spraying animal waste on us, I complained to the proper agencies from the local level up to the federal level because this was an injustice being done to us and we were here on this land first. And because I complained, I received a letter from a lawyer that represented the industry and the county of Duplin telling me that if I continued my groundless complaints, that I could be made to serve time in jail, or I could be made to pay the hog farmer back money that he was losing because of my groundless complaints. It was a Saturday, we were sitting on the porch like we used to do all the time before this industry came in next door. The hog farmer's son came into my mother's house. He opened a storm door and a screen door, and he came in and he grabbed onto my mother's chair. She was 98 years old at this time. And he shook her around. He cursed at her, and he told her he could do anything to me that he wanted to and get away with it. The hog farmer came over with a stick threatening to hit me. His son came over twice with a gun. They called me that B word more than one time. And my mother's house is 400 feet from the road, main road. He would yell up in there and call me that name. That's how they treated me and my family. They are still intimidating us till today and harassing us. Just about 2 weeks ago, this black car passed by in front of my house, stopped, a gentleman got out and started taking photos of me. All because I've taken a stand because of this injustice that we're dealing with, living on land that's my birthright. My mother died in 2001. She was born in 1902. She lived in the house that my father and my uncle built. She left out of her father's house into her house where she reared the 15 of us. My mother didn't deserve to be treated the way she was treated, and I don't think I do either, nor any of the other impacted community people. So I'm here today to ask you if you would take the lead in addressing this situation by coming up with a comprehensive way of disposing this animal waste, because these pigs do not have to be raised the way they are being raised. It's easy to dig a hole in the ground and to spray that waste into the environment when it is just destroying the very fabric of our lives. We can coexist. The industry in the year 2000 entered into an agreement with the state that the spray filling lagoon system was antiquated. A panel was established to identify systems that would address that issue. 5 systems were identified. The industry said they're too costly. One of the primary people that worked on these systems said that it's not costly. So it just appears to me that the industry just wants to continue to do business as usual. So if you could find it in your heart to place a national moratorium on these CAFOs, it would make life so much better for people living in southeastern North Carolina in the floodplain area.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to Commissioner Melissa Cribbins. You have 5 minutes, please, to share your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Tonko, Ranking Member Shimkus, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, my name is Melissa Cribbins, and I'm an elected county commissioner from Coos County, Oregon. I'm honored to testify today on behalf of the National Association of Counties to discuss ways that local communities can help foster a clean economy. I'd like to give a quick thank you to Congressman Walden from my home state of Oregon, and also thank many of you, including Congresswoman McMorris Rogers, for your leadership in such programs as PILT and SRS, which matter so much to the counties. Counties nationwide have a vested interest in promoting environmental resiliency and ensuring that our communities are well positioned for the future. Today, I want to offer the county perspective for your consideration as you assess challenges around building a clean economy. First, counties play a key role in promoting a healthy and sustainable environment for our residents. As both regulators and as regulated entities, we're responsible for protecting local air, water, and land resources. This includes maintaining water systems to provide clean drinking water, revitalizing contaminated waste sites to ensure safe and equitable neighborhoods, providing waste and recycling services to minimize pollution, and implementing land use and energy policies to promote sustainable communities, along with many other duties. My county is rural and has long relied on a few key industries for economic stability, including forest products, tourism, fishing, and agriculture, which all require a clean and sustainable environment. Charged with protecting the health and well-being of our communities, we issue rules and regulations to safeguard valuable natural resources and protect the safety of our citizens. An example of how my county is prioritizing environmental sustainability while promoting economic stability is our current efforts to convert an abandoned school building contaminated with asbestos, lead, and illegal solid waste as a result of a fire incident. Once the site is restored, it will be converted to affordable housing units with Head Start programs included. As another example, we're partnering with a local community to improve the environmental conditions of a nearby lake. The community's economy is entirely dependent on tourism generated from the lake, but has recently been inundated with harmful algal blooms, dramatically decreasing tourism. The county quickly identified point sources contributing to the water quality issues and have worked with the community towards decreasing the nutrient loading in the lake. It's our job as county officials to assess the needs of our local community and make sound decisions that will help future generations. Second, due to limited local resources and mounting federal and state mandates, counties are challenged to make both long-term strategic budget investments and to work towards environmental sustainability. In recent years, the federal government and states have increasingly relied on counties to shoulder implementation costs for more than just environmental programs. This has caused an imbalance at the local level since we're limited in our ability to generate local revenue. 45 states, including my own, limit the county's ability to collect sales and/or property taxes. In Oregon, we face several key challenges that limit us from meeting our environment and clean energy goals. Coos County collects about $5 million per year in property taxes, which represents our primary source of unrestricted income to pay for county programs and services. We used to receive nearly $12 million per year in timber revenue from the ONC timberlands before the closure of the federal forest from the listing of the spotted owl. We now receive about $1.5 million per year in secure rural schools funding to make up for this loss, a 90% reduction in funding. We've made efforts to transition our economy, but tourism jobs do not provide the living wages that our families need. In my county alone, 58% of school children qualify for free or reduced lunch. We know that the best cure for poverty is jobs, but we frequently find ourselves hamstrung by regulations in our attempts to encourage economic development. In addition, counties are responsible for preparing and responding to natural and man-made disasters, which have increased in frequency, severity, and cost. Whether to help address the growing number of mandates or the rise in disasters, the public needs a strong partnership between the federal, state, and local governments to ensure that costs are shared fairly and services are delivered expeditiously to our citizens. Finally, consistent and meaningful engagement with intergovernmental partners is vital in the development and implementation of effective energy and environmental policies, programs, and regulations. Counties are the level of government closest to the people and often have important socioeconomic, geographic, and scientific data that can be useful to our federal partners. Meaningful consultation early on in the legislative and rulemaking process will reduce the risk of unfunded mandates and produce pragmatic and successful strategies for implementing federal policies. For intergovernmental consultation to be truly meaningful, Congress and federal agencies must engage state and local governments as equal partners who actively participate in the planning, development, and implementation of federal rules. In conclusion, we stand ready to work with Congress and federal agencies to develop policies that can both improve our environment, sustain our economy, and ensure the resiliency of our local communities. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your contribution here. Mr. Patrick Ford, you'll now have 5 minutes to present, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko, Ranking Member Shimkus, and committee members for the work you are doing that is creating an environment that allows an organization like the one I manage to compete nationally and internationally to retain and attract jobs. On behalf of my board of directors, thank you. My testimony is based on my experience in communities with a rich industrial heritage. In this particular case, my testimony is about my experience in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. The northern panhandle, like most communities with an industrial heritage, face challenges to creating sites to attract industry to this region, have high concentrations of sensitive populations, have higher than average incidences of diseases and poor health, and lack a robust portfolio of career opportunities. 10 years ago, the northern panhandle was being passed over by industry prospects looking for sites. The panhandle was also being overlooked by international companies looking for a platform to enter into the United States. Lastly, the panhandle was generally avoided because of the optics of the abandoned factory sites that are generally associated with environmental challenges that business and industry don't want to hear about, nor have the patience to deal with, and their bankers and lawyers would prefer to avoid, many times insisting to avoid. We always found ourselves competing with the communities that were flat, clean, and green, even though they were far removed from critical infrastructure and essential transportation corridors. The sites in the northern panhandle, comprised of abandoned industrial sites, are immediately adjacent to the necessary infrastructure and transportation linkages, which are typically on abandoned, idled, and environmentally challenged properties, and for the most part are in areas with an available workforce but have high concentrations of sensitive populations. Many communities that have a rich industrial heritage have finite resources and simply don't have the funds nor technical staff to assess, acquire, clean up, and ready sites for economic development. Many communities do not even have any resources to conduct basic due diligence, perform environmental assessments, clean up hazardous and petroleum-based substances, and obtain construction financing. Consequently, the only available funding for assessments and cleanups for most rural communities with an industrial heritage is EPA money. The U.S. EPA brownfield funding has been the only funding source available at the local, state, and federal level for projects that we worked on in West Virginia. These EPA funds were solely responsible for the cleanup and protection of public health of the abandoned steel mills, pottery and glass factories, and gas stations, to name a few. If it were not for the EPA money on the front end to do deals, the EDA, the Economic Development Administration, on the back end to close deals, and the Small Business Administration to sustain these businesses, we would not have been able to assess, clean up, redevelop brownfields that attract investments, make our communities cleaner, provides us a healthier environment, and offers new employment opportunities to all residents, including those in frontline communities. Simply put, meaningful employment is good medicine for people and the environment. Because of these programs that we're talking about today, we were able to cut our unemployment rate over the course of 10 years from 13.7% to 6%. We were able to use the federal money that we received to attract over $500 million in private investment, add $140 million in payroll, and create 3,200 jobs. Show me any program in the federal government that can leverage that type of investment. And also, we've found that working with our Congressperson, Mr. McKinley, and US EPA, we were able to turn on a dime to get programs to work for us, and we can't thank them enough. I provided in my written testimony statistics that highlight how the repurposing of idled, contaminated properties has enabled economic growth and community revitalization while cleaning up the environment. These brownfield properties would have remained stagnant if it were not for the EPA and the EDA programs. We would not have been able to take advantage of a prime opportunity to bolster our economy, improve the environmental health, attract private investment, preserve and create jobs, help our sensitive populations, and contribute to our increasing our labor participation rate and revitalizing our community. Members of Congress, Congressman McKinley, thank you for listening, thank you for championing brownfields, and thank you for equipping nonprofit organizations like ours to leverage your programs to attract private investment and improve the quality of life of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And finally, we move to Mr. Mustafa Santiago Ali for 5 minutes, please.
Sure. Chairman Tonka, Ranking Member Shimkus, and members of the committee, thank you for doing this. When I was a student, I came to Capitol Hill when John Lewis actually was one of the first to begin to talk about these issues. And it's great to see folks on both sides of the aisle coming together and thinking critically about the changes that we need to make and also how we revitalize our most vulnerable communities. I would be remiss if I did not also share that I was raised in a family of Baptist and Pentecostal ministers and also raised in a family of coal miners and factory workers. So I get all the various challenges that are going on. But the realities is that we've got 100,000 people in our country who are dying disproportionately from air pollution. We've got 25 million folks in our country who are suffering from asthma and 7 million children. And it is primarily African American and Latinx children who are the ones who are going to the emergency rooms and the ones who are losing their lives. We've also got 2.4 million miles of pipeline that's running through our community that's carrying fossil fuels. Sometimes there are breaches in that, but it is going through all kinds of folks' lands. It's going through indigenous land. It's going through farmers' lands. In many instances, it's ending up on the Gulf Coast, not always, but in communities like the Manchester community in Houston, Texas, or in Port Arthur, Texas. When we have these impacts that are happening from air pollution, we need to actually ground it in the reality of what everyday folks are dealing with, because sometimes you have folks come here and they have these conversations that are theoretical. So when you go to, as the representative from Michigan talked about the 48217 in the southwest side of Detroit, you literally have children who look out their windows and they don't see trees. They see the piping, they see the facilities, and they have incredible rates of asthma that's going on, many of them often being rushed to the emergency rooms. When you go to the Manchester community in Houston, Texas, a hard-working Latino community, and you go to this community, and if you have an old car, and there's nothing wrong with having an old car. I heard a conversation before about old cars. We'll call them a classic car. And you roll the windows down when you get to that community, you feel like you're breathing in gasoline fumes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And what you'll find is you have Cesar Chavez High School there. For those of you who are in the audience who have ever been an athlete, imagine if you're running around the track, there's an iconic photo that's there with the flaring that's happening in the background. And we expect our children to learn in our country. Environmental justice touches transportation and housing, public health. It touches job creation, so many different issues that is a part of this paradigm that I'm glad you all are thinking critically about. And what we find is that those 40 million people are living in our country who are living in poverty, the 28 million people who are uninsured. And I know you are thinking critically about making sure that everyone has health care coverage. What do you do when you're a part of that 100,000 folks who are losing your lives, or people who are actually getting sick? So that's the tie that's going on in that space. And that's why it doesn't make any sense if we have any administration, and I work for both Republican and Democratic administrations. When I took my oath, I took it extremely seriously. If you are rolling back the Clean Power Plan, if you are dismantling and trying to deconstruct mercury laws that we have in place, or what's going on with the Clean Car Rule, we know, and the studies that have come out have said more people are going to lose their lives, so why would we do that? That just doesn't make what I have, which is country boy sense. You just don't put additional people's lives in danger. And we know over the last couple of years, the numbers have went up. So it's no longer 100,000 people. The studies have said there's now 10,000 additional people who are losing their lives every year. Why would we do that? When you have folks who are dealing with certified animal feeding operations, you heard the hog farms, the turkey farms, the chicken farms. You also have the impacts that are happening in people's lives, but you also have the impacts that are happening to the water quality. We have these outbreaks of algae and Listeria and all these other types and things that are going on. And if you are a person who is just getting by, you're trying to put food on the table, and now you have these additional impacts that are happening, that just doesn't make sense. The great thing is, and I can go into the statistics that exist in all the water and air issues that there are. The great thing is that we can actually make real change happen. We can help communities in Appalachia. We can help communities on the Gulf Coast. We can help communities in the Rust Belt to be able to be thriving once again. I often talk about moving our most vulnerable communities from surviving to thriving. We can actually do that, and it's going to take your help to make that happen. I look forward to talking about the examples of how people are actually doing that, coming together, business and industry and others, and I'll answer your questions about and unpacking some of the things that they talked about on the EPA side.
Mr. Alley, thank you very much, and thank you again to all of our panelists for tremendous information. And it's obvious that the pollution burden and negative health consequences from our traditional energy systems have disproportionately fallen on frontline communities. So, Mr. Alley, as our committee thinks through our nation's transition to a cleaner, more sustainable economy, how can the federal government ensure that the opportunities and benefits from this transition reach all communities?
Well, one is that we should make sure there is a full environmental justice analysis on all of our policy programs and activities, especially the major ones. You have to eventually evolve into that process, but let's get that part straight. We also have some huge opportunities, and I appreciated the representative from West Virginia sharing about those hardworking men and women in the coal industry over the years. With advanced manufacturing, I know those folks. I know they're great with their minds and their hands. We can get many advanced manufacturing opportunities into our rural areas and into our more urban settings. If you look at some of the work that is currently going on, if you look at, and I wish the representative from New York was still around, if you look at the folks who are in Harlem and WEAC, there's an organization there, or Uprose in Brooklyn, they're actually now putting together an opportunity around advanced manufacturing, around solar, and a number of other things where they will be bringing real jobs to their people who are right there. And I'll stop there because I see you have another question.
Sure. Does everyone agree? Should additional consideration be given to ensure that rural, deindustrialized, and low-income communities are given the resources and opportunities they need to make sure no community is left behind?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and we heard from the first panel that EPA's EJ Environmental Justice Small Grant Program can help build capacity of local groups. Does anyone have any thoughts on the existing EPA program and what more can be done to help expand the possibilities of community-driven solutions to environmental protection and restoration? Anyone?
I'll pitch in. Okay, so in the context of Puerto Rico, one of the things that we find is difficult in terms of accessing these funds, and I've personally tried to do this, is the language barrier, the fact that many of these documents are not available in Spanish, and we as U.S. citizens and part of Puerto Rico, of the U.S., we do have cultural diversity, and that's part of the reality, and many of these programs are not accessible in that sense.
Does the EPA, Ms. Santiago, do enough to enable public comment and therefore advocacy for resources?
No, unfortunately not. And we saw a very recent example with the proposed rollback, phase 2 rollback of the coal combustion residuals rule, where it was a rule that impacted primarily Puerto Rico, right? Because it had to do with the coal ash piles, the mountains of coal ash, and with the biggest one being in Puerto Rico, yet EPA failed to translate even one piece of paper on what was being proposed to Spanish. Secondly, we requested a hearing. We had a great assistance from Earth Justice in trying to achieve some measure of participation in the process, such as a hearing on the island. That did not happen. We are very concerned with the way that EPA is not including communities in Puerto Rico in these processes.
Ms. Levine, anything that you would comment in terms of the EPA small grant program?
In Louisiana.
Or general outreach in that regard?
In St. James?
By EPA and...
Well, the EPA in Louisiana, we have a hard time getting to meet with them, but I do have the phone number of the director of the EPA in Louisiana, and he's supposed to call me and meet with me to discuss what's going on in St. James.
Okay, and Ms. Herring? The outreach from EPA and interaction with them and small grants?
The EPA has given small grants to an organization in Warsaw, North Carolina, in Duplin County, the Rural Empowerment Association for Community Health. Studies were done on the water and the air quality, and the results were published by Dr. Steve Wing, Dr. Chris Haney, and there was also a study done by Duke University, assistant professor at Duke University, all confirming that there's negative impacts on people living near these facilities. Now, the EPA in 2017 did issue a letter, 5-page letter, saying that the state of North Carolina was not doing enough to protect the citizens in southeastern North Carolina. We invited them to come down in 2016, which they did, and that was the result of their findings. And I feel that even though they wrote a letter saying that the state of North Carolina was not doing enough, DEQ is still not holding the industry accountable for their behavior. They themselves admitted that they know this is an antiquated system. Mm-hmm. So why not do something about it?
Okay, thank you. Now you have 5 minutes to the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Shimkus, Representative Shimkus, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And first to Commissioner Cribbins, I was touched by your testimony. I represent Southern Illinois. During the Depression, they established and created a new national forest there, promising that by taking the land, they would then, through tourism, create more jobs than they took away by taking the land. Can you speak to that in respect to your experience with the spotted owl?
Absolutely. I graduated from high school in Coos County in 1990, the year after the spotted owl was listed. And I can tell you that when I graduated from high school, there were people that were getting a job immediately out of high school and raising a family on it. Tourism wage jobs do not pay the same that forestry and manufacturing jobs do. So what we find is that a lot of families, even with two parents working, are still falling farther and farther into poverty. Their children are still qualifying for free and reduced lunch, and people are not enjoying the American dream the way they thought they would be able to.
And talk about the thing I talk about in this committee quite a bit. I mean, there's the yin and yang of manufacturing and business, and that's the tax base for local school districts and counties. Can you speak to that as a commissioner?
Absolutely. What we find is that, we have a lot of federal lands in our county that we're unable to tax. We don't have the business and industry that allows us to grow our tax base in the way that we would like to. And of course, that's a trickle-down effect because then the tax base of the residents also doesn't grow.
So the payment in lieu of taxes, which we discuss here in Washington numerous times, does not nearly meet the needs to fund the local government services that you need to do as a commissioner?
No, we appreciate the contribution, but unfortunately, it does not.
Let me go to Mr. Ford. Last year, we passed was the title of the bill is the Brownfields Enhancement Economic Development and Reauthorization Act in a bipartisan manner through this committee to help communities. Can you talk about, before I mention that, the EPA just announced the Environmental Justice Progress Report in 2019, and they mentioned that because of this and other things, 149 communities, 151 brownfield grants totaling $64.6 million will be distributed. For an economic development guy, talk me through why this was a good thing, that we should be proud that we did, and how it can help distressed communities.
I'll tell you what was really cool about that program, and this is the first time I truly appreciated how government worked. Our congressman approached us and said, what can we do to give you the tools that you need to better do your job? Well, prior to that act, nonprofit organizations could not access that money. Only government agencies. And we were just a small nonprofit, 2.5, 3 people, shared staff, little resources. That, not only did that bill give us access to millions of dollars, what you also did, the problem that we had, is that it cost, on average, $100,000 an acre to clean up property. $100,000 an acre. So if you've got a 5-acre site and your cap is only $200,000 a grant, you're going to have to take multiple years to clean up property, which is what we did. So what you all did is that you increased that to $500,000, which cut the time it took us to clean up properties in half. So again, and that happened in a course of 3 months. And so what I appreciated out of
And then tell me what happens once the cleanup occurs. Then what can you do?
Then what happened is because we always have industries on the hook. I mean, the beautiful thing about our economy is we're growing, and we need to move at the pace of business. And for, I don't want to say the first time because I appreciate all the support we get, but what was nice about that is we were getting legislation that was equipping us at the pace of business to ready sites, and we were making business deals at an accelerated rate, actually condensed it in half the amount of time. And again, the numbers are right there in your report. $500 million of investment over the course of 10 years, more money, more resources. Now, I will also tell you, as a poor nonprofit, we could always use more money, but at the same time, it was fantastic how you responded to the need, changing legislation, and getting us the resources we need.
And my time is getting close to being expired, so I thank you for this. We, to those who I didn't get a chance to ask questions, really want to make sure that there is justice provided to all communities. We want economic development, we want to grow local tax bases, and we want a clean environment. We're trying to get that. Thank you for being here, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware, Representative Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really want to thank this important panel. There were so many things that were said that really resonated with me and particularly the state of Delaware. One of the things that, as this hearing was coming up, I was thinking about the fact that some people might say, well, why don't you just move? Which is so incredible to me that there are so many reasons. Number one, many people in my state say they can't even find affordable housing. That's number one. Another thing has been mentioned, but we have changing employers and changing industries. So there are some companies that move into a neighborhood and change the dynamics of that neighborhood, and then there are some companies that move out and take away jobs. Another reason are restrictions on housing. I was visiting a constituent who was living in a trailer that did not have running water, and I asked, did you have other options? She was kicked out of the place where she was living before because her husband was a returning citizen, had just re-entered back from prison, and the restrictions on her living in that place meant she had to find somewhere else to live. And another reason that has been described so well by Mrs. Levine and Ms. Herring is that for many families, there is a history and there is a proud legacy of the land itself. So I want to first start with a few questions And it kind of picks up on the panel from before, because I was asking about resources for capacity building for communities and whether or not there were enough resources, whether people even knew that they had those opportunities out there to help them. Already the three witnesses mentioned your connections to EPA, and whether or not, just a yes or no, if you yourselves have known about the capacity building grants or received any. Ms. Santiago?
No.
Ms. Levine?
No.
Ms. Herring?
As I stated before, Rural Empowerment Association for
Right.
Community Help, they have taken advantage of those grants.
But not you
But
pers-
not me.
Okay, thank you.
But it does impact my communities.
Yes, you need them, and it's
Yes,
very impactful.
absolutely.
And Mr. Ali, if you could just follow up a little bit on that question about the gap in terms of what's needed and what's out there and how do people actually access it?
Sure. So let's make sure we get the narrative correct. Many of the things that you heard the previous panel talk about that they are sharing as successes came out of recommendations from years ago from frontline communities. In the late 80s, early 90s, they are the ones that put the recommendations forward to have the Office of Environmental Equity, which became the Office of Environmental Justice, created, the Small Grants Program, the Interagency Working Group, so forth and so on. So there have never been enough resources, but to cut the Environmental Justice Grant Program, something that has shown so much success, something that has actually helped both rural and urban communities to garner the information that's necessary to understand the impacts that are happening inside of their communities, and to help them to be able to build the capacity to start a journey moving forward, does a disservice to all of our communities across our country.
And Mr. Ali, could you give us some examples of either state or local areas? We've heard some great testimony here earlier that would have that really could help us, particularly as it pertains to cumulative impact. Could you talk a little bit about that and what we as the federal side could learn?
Well, on the cumulative impact side, folks really need to better support the science inside of a number of different agencies to make sure that we have the facts, but that we also are understanding these impacts. Because lots of times we'll have a single source that we will regulate and that we will look at, and not looking at the totality of what's happening inside of communities. And just let me real quickly say also, I know we're running short here on time. There are a number of programs over the years that have shown much success that would benefit all the folks who are in this room. One was the Environmental Justice Small Grants Program that's provided close to 1,600 communities now, so I'm not sure where they got their numbers from. The Collaborative Problem Solving Program, which has yielded huge benefits of bringing both business and industry together, along with frontline communities, public health organizations, so forth and so on, to make real change happen. State and tribal environmental justice programs to build the capacity inside of the states and inside of tribes was another program that folks could probably find a lot of usefulness in this time. And that also helps us to build the bridge between the states, the counties, the local governments, and frontline communities.
Right. In my last 5 seconds, I just want to highlight a few things that you said. Having a seat at the table, that we can coexist, whether it's industry, farms, and communities. And then the last thing, going from the American dream to the American nightmare to rising up. Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Representative Walden, for 5 minutes.
Good morning,
please.
Chairman. Thank you. And I want to thank our witnesses. I've read through your testimony. I've been in the middle of some negotiations on other legislation that we're going to take up here in a few minutes in the full committee. But wanted to come back for some questions, especially for you, Commissioner Cribbins. Thank you for coming out from Oregon. I know what Coos County, to a certain extent, has gone through in terms of loss of jobs over several decades, and I think you referenced that in your testimony. And I think one of my colleagues raised the issue of the spotted owl, Mr. Shimkus from Illinois. And I know it's a real tragedy because the communities around us in Oregon are surrounded by renewable forest resources, and yet we've seen 30 mills close, one in Coos Bay earlier this year, I understand. And the median family household income is $20,000 per year below our state's average. When you think about that and the things we could do that are both good for the environment and good for the economy, what comes to mind?
You know, I think the EPA brownfield grants are a great example. We have used those to clean up areas we have these discussions about industry all the time. Industry does good work when they're there. Unfortunately, when the site becomes vacant, frequently it needs to be cleaned up.
Right.
We appreciate the partnership with the federal government in getting those sites cleaned up and back on the tax rolls.
Yeah, we worked a lot in this committee when I chaired it last Congress in a bipartisan way to get that into even better partnership for our local friends to be able to take advantage of. And so I think that's really important. And then, you know, what I've seen over the years is this great reduction in carbon emissions as a result of fuel switching, frankly, from coal to natural gas, with all due respect to my friend from West Virginia, but it has happened. And I've also seen in some of the international work I've done, including recently when I was overseas in Europe, this issue of Nord Stream 2 and Putin, Russian gas coming into Europe. And I've heard from various countries over time about how much they want us to get our natural gas into the world market, liquefied natural gas. And I think there's a project that would go pipeline through part of the district I represent and end up in Coos County, right?
Absolutely.
And what would that investment be in your county if it's approved?
The total project investment is projected to be over $1 billion.
Over
It would be the largest project
billion.
in the state of Oregon. Yeah.
Largest project, state of Oregon. Do you know how many jobs that would create?
It's projected to have 5,000 jobs at least during the construction phase and over 100 permanent jobs that pay well above our average median income for the area. They would be in the 70 to 100,000.
And so when you're thinking about that, what are the impediments that stand in the way of getting this project approved?
Congressman, it's primarily a permitting issue. Yes, it's a permitting issue.
Okay. And okay, I'll leave that part because I think I know the permitting issue pretty well, and the state of Oregon has backtracked on anyway.
Yes, sir.
It's been a real problem. So these would create family wage jobs. They'd get cleaner natural gas. And my understanding is some of the takeout contracts would be in Japan, where they're using coal now for energy resource. Is that right?
That is correct. And you know, if we look at emissions, they really have to be looked at on a global scale.
So if you're going to reduce emissions and create jobs in depressed areas, it would be projects like this that would make sense to you.
Projects like the Jordan Cove project make sense to rural Oregon because it's an opportunity for rural Oregon to determine its own future.
And would you get some of the tax revenues from this pipeline as it goes through Coos County as well as the facility itself?
We would. There's been an enterprise zone agreement negotiated for the facility, but the schools primarily would benefit from the tax revenue on the pipeline, and the county to some degree.
Do you know how much that would be?
For the, I apologize. I don't know off the top of my head. I could get you the numbers easily.
Yeah, I know some of the counties the pipeline would go through in my district would benefit pretty dramatically, although for, I think, NIMBY purposes, they've not been supportive. But at some point here, I've been a fan of putting fuel in pipelines as opposed to necessarily rail or vehicles on the highway. I think it's a safer way to distribute. And I think utilizing America's great energy reserves help our economy and can help reduce carbon emissions from more polluting energy sources overseas, such as we're talking about here. So I want to thank you for coming back. I want to thank all the panelists for being here. Obviously, when I get an Oregon witness, I'm going to focus on that witness. So, but your testimony is really helpful as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Representative Ruiz, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses who are here today. I commend your advocacies for environmental justice communities. It is a priority of mine to make sure everyone in my district and across the nation has access to clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. And I'd like to share with you a little bit about the current environmental justice situation in my district. You see, I grew up in a farm worker community in a trailer park and in a rural area in the county of Riverside, Southern California. For many years, the community has been plagued by environmental hazards that has affected the public's health. For one, it's a very impoverished area that's underdeveloped, and you have dust, PM10s, that is easily kicked up with any kind of traffic on the dirt roads or high winds. Two, you have agricultural communities. There was a recent report a few years ago where pesticides were sprayed while kids were at the nearby high school. You have noxious air coming from different companies in the area. In fact, one was shut down in Western Environmental from a nearby area. And now currently, you have an unpermitted waste recycling facility, unpermitted, that's on private allotted land within a tribal reservation. So it's under the BIA's jurisdiction, and the tribe and the BIA has been trying to get this company to stop to their operations, but because it's on private land, they continue to do so. That property has caught on fire about 7 times over the last probably 14 months. Recently, it caused havoc. I mean, the fire is still burning for over a month because it's a very complex mulch fire type fire. But there was so much smoke, so much smell, the school district shut down. 25 kids had to go to the hospital. 6 kids went via ambulance. It was an environmental injustice. And as we know, poor school, poor neighborhoods, communities of color, minorities, and rural areas face these kind of problems. In addition to that, you have Oasis Mobile Home Park in Thermal, whose water filtration system just broke. They stopped sending samples. The EPA caught it. 6 months later, went and found 10 times high arsenic level that was permissible in the water. And now they're being tricky in not providing and not complying with the EPA's order to provide 1 gallon of water per individual in their mobile home park until it's cleared by the EPA. So my office has been working with the EPA to ensure that residents have access to clean water, and working with the BIA and other stakeholders to come up with a comprehensive environmental justice plan for that region. Mr. Ali, it's good to see you again. We've worked together on the environmental justice bill, including cumulative impact, and all these things that we're talking about is in the Environmental Justice Act that we discussed. But after working with the EPA for 24 years, you are keenly familiar with the risk environmental justice communities face. Do you think there is currently an effective system to hold bad actors accountable in these communities?
No, and the reason why is because you have a huge cut in the enforcement actions that are happening at the agency, and you have less inspectors that are actually out there inspecting and doing their job.
In your experience working with the EPA, have the environmental justice grants and the CARE grant program helped address environmental justice issues?
They have been game changers, and the best folks to talk about that are the communities themselves that saw incredible value in that.
And do you think these grants are properly funded?
No, we need to increase that. We need to take a serious look and then say how many additional dollars are needed based upon all of the applications that come in that never get funded.
You know, one of the problems that we face in air pollution is that the emergency management departments and FEMA know they're the best at evacuating communities and responding to environmental hazards that are an imminent risk to life or property, right? But what we're talking about here is a cumulative effect of environmental hazards that have created a hazardous situation in which the communities live in already. So we don't have a national guideline response to what to do in situations where you have smoke in the air when you don't have imminent threat to life or property, and how do we create an emergency response or a public health response to help those members who don't have the capital, don't have the money to move or to visit other affluent areas where the environmental hazard is not. So one of the questions, for example, was one of the recommendations that the community received was stay indoors in a closed AC unit system. We're talking about people living in trailer parks like I did at one point in my life, using swamp coolers that bring air from the outside that increases the concentration. And this environmental injustice is in a population that has the highest pediatric asthma hospitalization state in the state of California. So you add all of this together. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. We now recognize the representative from West Virginia, Representative McKinley, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Santiago, I had the pleasure 2 weeks ago to go to Puerto Rico We wanted to see, there were three of us went down, we want to see how the reconstruction was underway. And I was impressed with the robust level of activity, construction activity. I saw roads under construction, bridges being built. There was a lot of excitement with the people, and they were talking about how much construction activity was taking place in Puerto Rico. Would you agree that it's been pretty active?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I cannot agree.
Okay, well, let me just go on, because you got into my wheelhouse when you mentioned coal ash. And I just want you to know, in the construction, because all the newspapers, everyone else was talking about how proud they were of the level of construction activity that was underway down there. Now, you understand, with coal ash, it goes into concrete. It's so the more you can do more construction if you use coal ash than if you do use Portland cement. I'm an engineer. I have designed many roads and bridges and concrete mixes. So the more fly ash we can put into it means we can pour more concrete as a result of it. We also can do it in road base, and they're using it in road base in Puerto Rico. They're using it in drywall when they're rebuilding after the hurricane came through. It's in the drywall they're in concrete blocks. It's in bricks. It's all the construction material that I saw down there. I know was embracing using fly ash. So there is a market. It's not all going to a landfill. They're going to use it in that product. But more importantly with it, just so you understand too, they're using it now. The Department of Defense and Department of Energy are using that coal ash to extract the material out for rare earths. And when the fact that China is the one that's controlling rare earths, let's be careful about vilifying something that maybe is going to get part of our national defense. Now, in your travels, maybe you missed this, but this was the article in the morning, today's paper in the Financial Times, published in London. And it talks about maybe in America we have a problem with burning coal, but the rest of the world has a voracious appetite for that. And China has now just announced they're opening up more power plants this year in China than their entire coal-fired power plants of Europe. They're understanding they can use this. So, Ms. Levine, let me go to you. I wish you some tremendous success in driving the Formosa plastic out of Louisiana. Do you have any idea where I'd like to see it go? Why don't we bring it up to West Virginia, and let's go to Welch, West Virginia, or let's go to Harlem, Kentucky, or Hazard, Kentucky, that desperately want to see an alternative to mining coal, but those companies aren't coming there. So I wish you a lot of success in making that happen, and I'm very serious about that.
Thank you.
So now I want to turn to Mr. Ford. We worked together. I remember when we had that conversation, when we were talking about the legislation we had, it was House Bill 3017. We brought it to you and said, what can we do to improve on this legislation? And you came up with some excellent ideas, and we tried to embrace those and we did, the bulk of them. So I'm pleased that we saw a good partnership developing here to be able to get that, and I'm proud to be the author of that piece of legislation. But let me ask you now, in the short time I have left, how can we improve on the brownfield legislation? What is it? What is it more that we can do to make something positive even better? Because we've seen in the Weirton area where you left, that was your previous, the dramatic turnaround, taking over abandoned sites and making them work. So what can we do to continue that and use that in other places around the country?
Two things that I would suggest. Number one, if you could emulate the application process at the EPA that they have in the Economic Development Administration. In the EDA, when you all appropriate money to the US EDA, you give them a lump sum of money, and then they have rolling application deadlines that are every month. In the US EPA, we only have one shot to apply, and that's in December. So if we come up with a project in January, we have to wait till December to apply. And the way we do business today, that's not moving at the pace of business. So if you could change those deadlines to rolling deadlines, that's number one. Number two, again, going back to the math, $100,000 per acre to clean up properties per the current requirements in the United States. So again, $500,000, that was generous when you're looking at these small sites, but when you have a site like we currently have at the former steel mill, ArcelorMittal in Weirton, that's 600 acres. Do the math to clean that up. So, and multiply that times the number of abandoned industrial sites that we have, there's never enough money. But what I've also found out is it's also a product of capacity. And what we do appreciate is that every time we brought a problem to EPA and to Congress, you have always delivered, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Representative Matsui, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, especially elevating voices from communities across the country that often get overlooked. Thank you for being here. As we consider the impacts of climate change and the solutions to prevent further warming of our planet, it is absolutely critical that we ensure we're not leaving any communities behind. Whether it's from poorly designed transportation corridors, the influence of large industrial or agricultural corporations, or the negligence of companies storing coal ash waste, we see the same issue facing frontline communities across the country, and this absolutely must stop. While there are tools within the federal government to address environmental justice issues such as NEPA or Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we are certainly and should be doing more to ensure that no one is left behind. Ms. Herring, thank you for being here today and sharing your story. I'm horrified by what you and your family and your neighbors have been through, but inspired by the fight you brought to polluters and the message you're sharing today, especially the recent victory achieved through Title VI. While we all know this is an important victory, obvious issues with the law persist. Before it even became an issue, what could have prevented the devastation your community saw from increased hog farm operations near your home? And have you seen other local governments engage with communities in a way that might have prevented these operations from occurring?
When the hog operations first came into our communities, we were not aware of them. When I approached the industry about this, they said that the hog growers talked to their neighbors. They never talked to the neighbors. When these facilities were first built, they were hidden. We didn't even know where the stink was coming from, but it was coming from these facilities. So when you don't know where the pollution is coming from, you don't know really who to approach about the issue.
Right.
But because of the deforestation and the continual cutting down of trees, all these facilities, the landscape in southeastern North Carolina, as far as you can drive, all you see are CAFOs. And these CAFOs are having a negative impact on our lives.
Sure.
And has devalued our property, has impacted our health. And we're not even able to enjoy our property rights, which is to simply walk outside if you so desire, sit outside on your porch, cut your flowers, whatever.
Right.
There's just no activity outside at all. We're just basically held prisoners in our own homes, and we had no idea what was going on.
Certainly. So, although EPA expressed agreement that minority populations are being disproportionately impacted, do you feel that there were limitations in how EPA was interpreting Title VI to prevent as much progress as could have been made in protecting your home and your community?
When we approached the EPA and invite them to come down, this was all based on the Title VI. And the 1964 Civil Rights Act guarantees that corporations cannot take federal funds and discriminate, but that's what they're doing. There's over 2 million pigs in Duplin County with a population of 60 people.
Okay.
And the EPA did not and does not pressure DEQ when they were renewing these state swine permits to include safeguards for the community people. We were totally left out of the decision.
Okay. So the United States Commission on Civil Rights report on environmental justice issued in 2016 found a lack of enforcement and significant delays in EPA's handling of complaints under Title VI. Mr. Ali, you've worked at EPA. What effect would delays on Title VI complaints have on communities?
it puts their lives in greater danger. So they are continually, that's the interesting thing. People always want to move so slowly in a process, and they forget that everyday folks are the ones that are having to breathe in and drink these various toxins that are impacting their health and their life. And you just can't continue to do that.
So you feel that these civil rights complaints are not being taken as seriously as they should be?
When I was there, I thought that there could be more attention to it. In the previous panel, they said that they've cleaned everything up, so we'll have to see.
What could they do to better move forward here?
There should be stronger community engagement. There should be more transparency in the process. We should make sure that the expertise that needs to exist inside of the Title VI programs are there. That means that you got to hire the right folks, and you also got to actually spend real time out in people's communities to see what they're dealing with. I understand the law, but there's also another component that there are real impacts that are happening to real people, and we need to be utilizing the law in a better fashion.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, for 5 minutes, please.
Caught me off guard there, Mr. Chairman. Again, I thank the panelists. This has been a very informative set of discussions. Mr. Ellie, we've heard from witnesses how industrialization has deleterious effects on the surrounding communities. Do you believe we can have prosperity, including a variety of industries, along with a healthy environment?
I believe we should be focused on cleaner industries. For those that have been impactful, we need to get them to clean up, and we also need to make sure there are opportunities for greener and cleaner types of businesses to be in, especially our most vulnerable communities.
Well, do you think that well thought out and fairly enforced government regulation would help industry be more clean and healthy?
I do.
You know, we've heard a lot from the other side of the aisle that we need to reduce regulations across the board, and I think that is counterproductive in terms of environmental justice.
You know what's always interesting, Representative, is that when it comes to communities of color, when it comes to the police, no one ever has a problem with there being more enforcement in that space. But when it comes to the environment, they don't want to have more enforcement, although our most vulnerable communities will continue to tell you that they want stronger enforcement.
Thank you for that comment. Well, at the time of your stepping down from the EPA, you mentioned that the agency's leadership had not given, quote, any indication that they are focused or interested in helping vulnerable communities. What was your reaction to the first panel's EPA witnesses this morning?
Well, I thought it was interesting that many of the ideas that myself and others had came up with, they had now started to use that language. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's very difficult, and I understand the dynamics that they had to deal with. But the reality of the situation is that this administration, besides brownfields and Superfund work, have done nothing to better protect the communities that are being disproportionately impacted. If you look at the 85 regulations and statutes that have been rolled back and being deconstructed, all of those are necessary for people to have the basic protections in place.
Well, thank you. In your opinion, has the EPA become more focused or interested in helping frontline communities since the time you left?
I think it would be difficult for them to say that they are, considering that now more people are dying based upon their own analysis and the various things that they've been rolling out. So I'm not sure how you say that you care about these communities and that you're protecting them better.
Well, do you see any way for the EPA to change course and engage its communities in a fair and meaningful way?
Yeah, open the doors. Allow frontline communities and others who have expertise in this space to make sure that the various actions that you're moving forward on are actually going to be more protective. Make sure that you actually have a senior advisor for environmental justice in the Environmental Protection Agency that gives advice to the administrator.
Well, it's evident that the climate crisis we're facing disproportionately impacts low-income communities and communities of color. Can you speak more to the public health emergency that's arisen in these communities as a result of climate change?
Oh, without a doubt. The numbers that you've seen are going to continue to increase. You're going to lose more lives to air pollution. You're going to lose more lives in places like Princeville, North Carolina, which no longer has 50-year floods. They now have 100-year and 500-year floods. You're going to see more things that happen in places like Puerto Rico. So all of these various things are going to be exacerbated because of the extreme rain events. The lagoons are going to have breaches, and all the things you've heard people talk about, from coal waste to the waste from animals, is going to get into our water system.
Why do you think that is an impact of, I mean, specifically climate change? What do you think climate change is impacting poorer communities specifically?
Because our communities are hit first and worst. We have the least ability to escape. We are in low-lying areas. If you look at our public housing, traditionally has been built in some of the most vulnerable areas. If you look at what's been going on with our transportation routes, when you have these extreme heat events, you're going to have more impacts that are happening from air pollution. Our communities are the sacrifice zones. They always have been, and now it's just being magnified. I often call it the double whammy effect. If you look where the fossil fuel facilities are located, they're disproportionately in our communities. If you look at the pipelines, disproportionately in our communities. If you look at the transportation routes that have been put in place in our country, disproportionately in our communities, all of this is going to be even more magnified by the impacts that are happening from climate change.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Excuse me. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Representative Barragan, for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today and for your work on this issue. Mr. Ali, you and I know each other very well. Thank you for your work, for being a champion on environmental justice, and for working with our office on highlighting the environmental injustices that are happening and the work that you have done for so long. And frankly, we need more change agents like you on the ground who are speaking truth to power, who are telling people what is happening and to ring the bell of the urgency. We heard this morning from one of my colleagues across the aisle talk about this like there was no urgency. Talk about it like this is some made-up issue that just the far left has a concern with. But this is our climate. And this is environmental racism going on in our very communities, where communities of color are being disproportionately impacted, and they are hit, as you said, the worst and first. So thank you. As climate change leads to more severe weather, communities of color will be disproportionately impacted. It's critical we empower communities and enhance their ability to bounce back from a disaster. Mr. Ali, can you speak to resilience strategies Congress can support to address the issue?
I mean, there are a number of different things that we can do. One of them is around natural infrastructure. We don't have enough conversations about that, about how we can restore our wetlands and our other types of water bodies that are out there. There are examples of literally hundreds of thousands of jobs that will be created. Just look at Florida. If we begin to address the needs that exist in that space. In Louisiana, there are examples also of how people are rebuilding some of the marshes and other things that are there. But we can also, as we talked about earlier, I think that jobs and economic opportunities are also a part of the equation of how we make change happen. And that's why I am a huge proponent of advanced manufacturing opportunities as we get folks more connected to these new sets of jobs that will be available, that are available and will be available. You will see a change in the culture and the way that we approach this. You will also see a lowering of emissions. So we have opportunities around wind and solar that everybody talks about, but we also have opportunities around thermal and tidal. And there are huge amounts of parts that go into that we could be doing advanced manufacturing in those areas that need them the most. So there are a number of things that we can do for both mitigation, adaptation, and all the other things that are going to be necessary.
Have you seen any legislation that you particularly like, that think we should be moving on, or something maybe you haven't seen that you would recommend that we include in this bill that is being drafted, the 100% by 2050?
Well, I mean, I appreciate after so many decades that folks are actually starting to unpack this and do. Just the other day, folks sort of shared with folks the Environmental Justice for All and some of the new bills that are coming out. I would just like to see us also think critically about these new sets of jobs and how, even in a green economy, we still have disparities in that space. We still have very small ownership, by people of color in that space. And I think that that's important because it sends a message that you are a part of this, that you're valued, and that your voice and innovation matters. So the worker training part is important, but also the ownership part is very, extremely important.
Thank you. Ms. Levine, my district shares some of the same challenges that the St. James Parish is facing. In our case, heavy industry and urban oil drilling has made the air unhealthy. In your testimony, you request a moratorium on the oil, gas, and petrochemical industry in your parish. Can you expand on the importance of this, and do you have any thoughts as to how we could apply a moratorium for distressed communities like yours and mine nationwide?
Well, in St. James, we have 12 petrochemical plants within a 10-mile radius. And those that we have, some of them are expanding. We're asking for a moratorium for them not to expand these that's already there. And we're asking for them not to let any more come into St. James. We have 7 districts in St. James, and they're putting all the industry in the 4th and 5th districts. So we need something to stop the industry from coming in.
Mr. Ali, with just a few seconds I have left, do you have any recommendations for how we can make the clean energy sources such as solar more accessible to low-income communities?
We have to make the resources available, one on the capacity side, also on the education side, and then again, going back to work with the Small Business Administration and others. Let's make sure that folks understand how to, if they don't, how to get their businesses up and running, and then let's partner with those existing entities that maybe already have experience in that place. So let's build some bridges, some ambassadorships, all these different things that may definitely help those garner the necessary skills and abilities to be successful in that space.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Representative Peters, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the witnesses. I know it's been a long session. I wanted to talk a little bit about sea level rise and relocation. According to the 2018 National Climate Assessment, there are 49.4 million housing units along the coastal shoreline and coastal watershed communities, and homes and businesses worth at least $1.4 trillion sit within about an 1/8 mile of the coast. Many of those are frontline communities, as you've described. A couple of examples, experiences we've had have not been all that smooth, and I'll just describe them. In Alaska, in Newtok, in 2018, the Alaska Denali Commission, which funds rural infrastructure projects, awarded $15 million to relocate 350 people to nearby Nelson Island. Those people had been forced to move there in the first place. It's a tribe. But it's estimated that it will be 2023 before enough homes are built for everyone, and the Army Corps estimates in the end it'll cost $130 million to relocate the village. So that's it's 350 people, $130 million. The other examples in Louisiana, at Isle de Jean Charles, is that close?
That's it.
Is that close?
In Louisiana?
In Louisiana, it's 2 hours west of New Orleans. And this is a community of 60 to 80 residents. And we've earmarked $48 million for that. We've purchased land for $12 million out of that $48 million. In 2016, the Department of Housing and Urban Development under President Obama awarded $1 billion in disaster resilience grants to 13 states, $48 million for this group in Louisiana. The state bought a 515-acre farm 35 miles north of the island for about $12 million. But program eligibility is limited to permanent residents, and those displaced by Hurricane Isaac in 2012. Residents are required to maintain the property as a primary residence for 5 years. Most residents here belong to the Biloxi Chickamauga Choctaw tribe, but the tribal community council has recommended withdrawal from the project because of unresolved concerns about the terms of the settlement. So you got 2 issues going on. One is there's not going to be enough money to do this for everyone at these rates. And 2 is we don't appear to have engaged the community in a way that was effective to provide the relief that they need. And so let me ask you and anyone who wants to answer, is there a good model for the federal government developing a way to engage local communities in developing relocation plans like this? Ms. Cribbins?
I'd be happy to jump in. I think, working at the local government level, what we always appreciate is early consultation and discussion. I think it's really tempting for all of us to come up with solutions and then tell people what the solutions are that we've figured out for them. But frankly, these communities want to be engaged early on in the process, and they want to know what their options are. And if there are other options, we should be exploring them. For example, in my county, there's been 2 large projects that have restored very marginal farmlands from willing sellers to marshlands. And though that is because we've had repeated flooding in my community. We're a coastal community. So projects like that can help negate the need to do these relocations.
Mr. Ali, you've spoken a lot, but you do have a unique perspective. You were a founding member of the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice. You serve as a board member for the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and Union of Concerned Scientists. You're widely regarded as a global leader for grassroots climate change activism. Given your experience on both sides, inside and outside of the big gray buildings, do you think that Congress should create a lead federal entity or sort of a national agency to deal with climate change and relocation?
Most definitely. We're going to need something like that. If we're going to be able to address, as you've said, the economic challenges that exist in that space. And the other thing that we don't talk about is culture. So how do we protect culture in this space also? You look at the Gullah Geechee off the South Carolina, North Carolina coast. They are also going to lose their land because of what's going on. You mentioned our indigenous brothers and sisters in Louisiana. So we've got to be mindful also. And we've got to also make sure that people are honored in that space and that their housing values, that whatever we're going to not give, because that they are a part of our family, our American family, that they have enough to be able to move as a full community if they choose to. Just one last thing, there is a model plan for public participation that was created by Frontline communities and others for the engagement of folks. So we have tools that are out there that we could utilize.
If that's written down, we'd love to get it from you. Sure. And my time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, the chair of the subcommittee on energy that reports to the Standing Committee of Energy and Commerce, Representative Bobby Rush. Bobby, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questioning, please.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. Our environmental policies must address the disparities associated with pollutants and climate change. Mr. Chairman, I see our witnesses, and when I see this fine array of witnesses before us, my heart and my mind and my spirit centers on Chicago and what's going on in Chicago. And the Chicago Sun-Times recently reported that under this administration, the EPA's Chicago Region 5 staffing levels have hit an all-time low, and compliance inspections are down 60%. This decline is 30% higher than the national average of diminishing environmental law compliance inspections. According to the EPA, Mr. Chairman, environmental justice is achieved by equal protection from environmental health hazards and equal access to environmental decisions. And I have a question for Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali, how does a 60% reduction in federal compliance inspection and declining staff levels provide constituencies like mine with equal protection and access to decision-making as described in the aforementioned policy and definition of the EPA?
It makes it impossible for your communities and other communities that look like yours to have equal protection under the law. What it does is it sends a very clear message that African American lives don't matter, that Latinx lives don't matter, that Indigenous and Pacific Islander lives don't matter, and that even low-income white lives don't matter.
Chicago has been called the epicenter of the dreaded asthma disease. According to the NRDC, minority communities in the south side of Chicago are exposed to extremely elevated rates of toxic air and industry-related health hazards. Dr. Arlene, what impact does EPA's mitigation of regional inspections and resources have on already exacerbated health problems that persist in those communities and similarly situated communities all across the nation?
Yes, sir. Well, you remember the toxic donut that existed. Hazel Johnson is the mother of the environmental justice movement. And there on the south side of Chicago, there was that toxic donut for years with all those emissions that were going into those communities. So what you're finding today is that the actions that are currently going on by the Environmental Protection Agency are going to shorten people's lives, expose them to more diseases, and unfortunately, we're going to lose more lives if we continue down the path that we're currently traveling.
You mentioned the name Hazel Johnson, and a few years back, but I was the chairman of the Chicago City Council Committee on Public Utilities and the Environment, and I had an opportunity to work firsthand with Hazel. And all that we do, we all stand on the shoulders of Hazel Johnson, and I don't know, I think that it's about time now that she gets the honor that's due to her, because she is the mother of the environmental justice movement, and she should so be honored. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm running out of time. I thank you for allowing me to be on this committee for these purposes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, you're most welcome, Mr. Chair, and thank you. The gentleman yields back. And the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Schakowsky, for 5 minutes for questioning, please.
Thank you. I'm sitting in a hole in my seat, so I have to. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But mostly, I really wanted to rush back to thank all of you who are in frontline communities for coming here. The issue of environmental justice is so very, very important, and frontline communities face two of the worst consequences of the climate crisis. First, you are more likely to come in contact with hazardous substances, toxic chemical emissions, and other pollutants that are often emitted alongside greenhouse gases. And second, you are disproportionately affected by worsening natural disasters. 1 in century floods are now like every couple years. I've seen that in Illinois in my district. The Environmental Protection Agency's mission to protect humans and the environmental health has really been eroded by every day by this administration, and there's been over 80 deregulation actions just in this administration alone. So Ms. Santiago, where are you, Ms. Santiago? Okay. Coal-fired power plants pose particular threats to people that are living around them, from coal to coal ash has been such a problem now in communities in Illinois. So the question is, do you believe that clean drinking water is a human right? And in your experience, has the EPA protected your rights?
Clean drinking water is absolutely a human right, and the EPA is currently not protecting. There are about 5 rollback measures that would take away protections for drinking water. For example, the phase 2 rollback of the coal combustion residuals rule would take away the ability to monitor, to sample groundwater at sites where coal ash waste has been deposited. And so that's one way in which coal plants can continue to operate without providing guarantees to people that they're not contaminating the water supplies. And there are a whole slew. There's also the wastewater that comes into contact with the coal ash that is now one of the rollbacks being proposed is to allow that to discharge into water bodies without treatment. There's the rollback that has to do with the impoundments, the so-called coal ash impoundments, where coal ash is stored in a wet form. 92% of those impoundments throughout the United States have been found to be contaminating water bodies. If that's taken away, and it's already been the closure dates that were supposed to go into effect have already been extended. There's a proposal to extend those closure dates and allow those impoundments to continue to leach heavy metals into water supplies. So that's just 3 examples, but there are more of how the current actions that the EPA is taking endanger the water supply of the people of the United States.
Is there anyone on this panel who thinks that the Environmental Protection Agency is doing the job that it was supposed to do? I don't see any takers on that. I'm just wondering, aside from water quality and air quality, are there other issues that you brought to the table, any of you, that we need to hear about?
Well, I'll just say that there are 2 sides to the coin of
Okay.
what we're discussing. There are the environmental injustices
Yes.
that you've heard us talk about, and folks are trying to get their arms around and dealing with these impacts. The other side of the coin is environmental justice. How do we revitalize communities? How do we make sure that real positive change is happening? And you heard some folks talk about brownfields. I'm going to call out 3 projects very quickly, and I hope that when folks do Codell's, they
Running out
actually
of
go
time
there.
here.
1 is the Environmental Health Coalition in National City in San Diego. 2 is the Ivanhoe Community, which is in Kansas City, which is led by Miss Margaret May. And the 3rd one is the Regenesis Project in Spartanburg, South Carolina, that took a $20,000 environmental justice small grant and leveraged in almost $300 million in changes in that community that was labeled as the other sides of the tracks. That's a conversation we need to have.
So it's not just stopping the harm, it's improving the communities. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and that, I believe, concludes all the members who chose to question the panelists. I would like to thank all of our witnesses from Panel 1 and now Panel 2 for joining us at today's hearing. You've offered great information. I remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days by which to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by our witnesses. I would ask that each witness respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. Also, I request unanimous consent to enter the following into the record. We received a letter from Representative McKinley on behalf of the City of Welch. We have a GAO report entitled Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations. EPA needs more information and a clearly defined strategy to protect air and water quality from pollutants of concern. A study entitled Environmental Injustice in North Carolina's Hog Industry. A study by the Environmental Working Group entitled Under the Radar, New Data Reveals NC Regulators Ignore Decade-Long Explosion of Poultry CAFOs. A study entitled Mortality and Health Outcomes in North Carolina Communities Located in Close Proximity to Hog Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations. A study entitled Industrial Hog Operations in North Carolina Disproportionately Impact African Americans, Hispanics, and American Indians. A complaint under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, submitted by Earth Justice. A letter from EPA to the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. A letter outlining faith principles for a Green New Deal from Interfaith Power and Light. An FDA statement on concerns with Medicare device availability due to certain sterilization facility closures, an EPA statement on its recent actions to address ethylene oxide, and EPA's annual Environmental Justice Progress Report for fiscal year 2019. I ask that all of these, that I request unanimous consent to enter all of these into the record. Without objection, so ordered. At this time, the subcommittee is adjourned.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was every successful place-based project that I've seen that's had sustainable success has had a strong brownfields component and a housing component. If you
Right.
don't have those two things,
You're right, and that's the thing that we're working on now is the housing component,
Yep.
because it's so sexy to incentivize jobs, but it's not sexy to incentivize housing.
Yeah.
And so what are we doing about that?
yes.
Yes.